Attention true crime community. True crime community has been infiltrated.
We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost.
Is compromised.
We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are.
True crime community has been infiltrated.
Yes, Mr. Yes, Mr. Yes.
Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make.
Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave. 6 feet deep under, but my body won't decay. Cause my messages are timeless, so they'll put them on display. Oh yeah, I rap with a certainty, I have a sense of urgency. A message for eternity, for everyone internally. I had some people burning me, but now they fucking learn to see I ain't the one to fuck with. Now they looking nervously, and I don't really care what you think of me respectfully. You can kick rocks if you think you're fucking better. See, I will outwork you, turn you to an enemy. Hurt you so bad that you're gonna need some therapy. I got the motherfucking recipe. I've been cooking up hits, I'ma leave a legacy. You'll be looking small when you're standing right next to me. I'm 5'10", bitch, but I'm 10 feet.
Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way.
You're working a fucking gym, and you're 45!
I do not want any spies or snitches stuck to my chest.
I can't contain it, I'm coming out with a statement. You really changed, man, all your music and arrangement. You don't know shit, shut your mouth, you can save it. I'm the same dude that got his come up from the basement. 100 songs, 100 weeks, didn't change it. Experiments, development, intelligence, and patience. I'll do it all again, cause I never feel complacent. Let's keep the good vibes, positivity's contagious. I'm never looking back, cause I made a life that's passionate. A college graduate suppressing all his talents, yeah. He found a way to go and change, become an advocate. For taking control of your life, go out and battle. And you think you have a dream, then act on it. Get after it, get out your head and fucking capture it. You got one life to master it. Don't give up on your future, we all start losers. We're all late bloomers, gotta struggle through the sewer.
What you say? Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way.
So that's just the rules, and you can't stick to them. Whatever. Those rules are real. You can't stick to them!
Do it my way.
Get ready for the shit show. Smoke them if you got them. Make sure you have your cigarettes. Make sure you have your drinks. Make sure you have all your stuff ready because it's going to be a hell of a day today. Understand me when I say people are fucking sick of this.
I need you again. So stick around. So stick around.
She told her subs and everybody to get ready for the shit show that was going to be put on today. She was well aware of it before it happened. She told you to get your cigarettes, your snacks, and your drinks.
Say that I wasn't including Queen B, okay? I've said that on every single live. I'm not talking about Queen B. I'm not talking about Queen B. Guess what? I was fucking talking about Queen B.
Leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. You'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love.
Queen B, bring the information on Queen B. We're done with Queen B. Queen B's in my crosshairs. There's Queen B's channel. Queen B thinks she can. But Queen B is reformed. I bet you Queen B gets tricked. Queen B.
Fake PI trash bag bitch is so obsessed with me.
You'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong. With that, all eyes on us. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love.
Queen B would think she could.
Anybody at Queen B show earlier.
We talked about Queen B and stuff. I didn't listen to Queen B's.
I heard Queen B. We got bailing on Salty for Queen B, and some people not the Queen B. I don't understand why anybody's afraid of her.
About Queen B over here on Queen B.
Queen B, show her face, show her face, show her face.
That's real rich coming from somebody who wears pantyhose on his face every live.
You'll always be my broken love.
Yo, good morning. How y'all doing on this fine Thursday of a morning? How y'all doing? I hear these streets are on fire again, as they have been for a while now. Let's see, I think I got the link pinned. So anyhow, y'all, we are, okay, so we're going to go over quite a bit today, actually. We're going to go over the stuff with the jerks. We're going to go over Nicolina leaking their Discord. Oh, listen to my birds going off. And we're going to go over Andrew bringing Hunter on here. I'm so sick of these. All, you know what I mean? A lot of these people just exploiting the hell out of Summer. I mean, it's come on, man. Come on. And then, you know, what really worked my fucking nerve was Andrew has the nerve to bring Hunter on here or, allow him on here, whatever it was, however that went down. And, brought him on here and then had the nerve to say, well, you're not going to play my stuff. If you play my stuff, I'm going to strike you. I'm going to strike you, Benny. That's what he kept saying. I'm going to strike you, Benny. I'm going to strike. I'm like, are you fucking serious right now? Yeah, he brought his fucking son. Well, and see, that's the thing. I was listening to Tiffany's stream, you know what I'm saying? And then the clip that she did, and Hunter's saying now he's saying 3:30, but like, that's the thing. And then not only that, he's on here saying, he just, oh my God, it's just ridiculous. He's on here saying all kinds of shit that he shouldn't even be talking about. Then he's like, oh, my lawyer's on point. I mean, this kid's like 17 and acting super hard, talking about he's in a gang and this, that, and the other. And I'm like, you look like a whole ass fool. Granted, you are 17, but you look like a damn fool right now. And I can't believe your dad is even doing this shit. Right. Andrew will do anything for a damn dollar, for real. It's ridiculous. I mean, I can't fucking believe this. I was shocked. I was under the impression he was 18. Not that it's any better, but I watched those two vultures discussing it. They, I'm glad they were discussing it. Shit, I hope they come up here and discuss it. That's what I said. There's some stuff I've been missing. There's a lot of stuff that I don't even know about because I was too busy dealing with fuck shit over here to listen to what was going on over there. Little Minx gifted 5 memberships. If you guys got one, make sure you tell her thank you. Thank you for supporting the Hive, baby. Well on our way to 1,200. Still the goal, baby. Still the goal. Yeah, I'm glad. I mean, fuck, like I said, I'm glad Tiffany brought attention to it because I don't see anybody else posting about it. I don't see anybody else bringing attention to it. And then he said Burger King. I was like, what the fuck? Hold on a minute. What the hell? You right. You came out of left field with that one. Talking about they went to Burger King and had French fries. What the fuck? Since when did you go to Burger King and have French fries? Yeah, okay. Sure. Not only that, you got a pregnant, you got a girlfriend. She's pregnant with twins. Let's pull this up. You guys, did anybody watch this bullshit here? Did anybody else watch this shit? This is fucking ridiculous. I sure did. And I couldn't believe it. Then he had the nerve to say, nobody better play my stuff without asking me. There is no fair use when it's my son. What? What? That's not how this works, buddy. It's not how any of this works. Not even a little bit. Not even at all. All right, let's pop some music on in the background. Transformative, baby. Transformative, baby. Yeah, honestly, I mean, he is. And his mom's in the hospital. She's in the ICU. And then you got his dad bringing him up here on the damn panel. Fucking good God. And they both, and then he instead of saying, it's like to be respectful because he's 17 and he's on YouTube and he's on a, public platform, instead of being like, yeah, his name's Benny or Benny Keys, he's like, oh, it's skis ball. Like, are you fucking kidding me right now? Yeah, it was disgusting. Are you fucking serious? Like, Father of the Year. Okay, Father of the Year award goes to fucking Andrew. Okay. Vicky Andrew is still an idiot. Yeah, I'm really, I can't even believe he fucking brought him up here and did this. And then, like I said, then he made a fool of himself and he don't even have his, it was very hard to watch. It's going to be very hard to watch today. And I'm going to probably stop a few times. But yeah, supposedly he's expecting twins. He talks about that. Then the girlfriend's on here, going back and forth and walking back and forth behind him. Yeah, there's one, and then he says he's gone. Let me go play this clip from Tiffany's here real quick. Firefly, who needs the money, baby? Let me see. Helen Highwater, off subject, but just checking on my boy. Oh, Helen. He's a little asshole right here. Did you guys not hear him snoring? They were snoring. I was over here reading this email, and Pecan Pie and B Tim were chatting. I thought they was. I wasn't paying a bit of attention, and he's like, hey, they're over here snoring and breathing all heavy and hard and shit. I was cracking up. All right, let me go pull this clip from Tiffany real quick because I don't know what part of the live it is in here, and she's got it clipped right off hers. So let me see here. All right. There's like a little short. I think there's like a little short of it. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, right here. Yeah. Holy hell. Look at this. Got 12,000 views. Oh no, this is from 4 weeks ago. This is okay. This is the one I put in here. Yeah, this is the one we're gonna go over here. This is the one we're gonna pop in some timestamps on that one, but that's not the one I'm looking for. Let me go see if there's this little short that she's got where she pulled the timestamp. Let me see here. Okay, that's a whole live. I wonder where this little short's at that she did. I thought she had it up here. Maybe I'm missing. Oh, here it goes. Here it goes. Okay, hold on. Right here. And not only that, he looks like a hot mess. I mean, and his mom's in the hospital. His dad's on here fucking trying to make a buck using this story. It's a mess. All right, y'all, here we go.
Hunter, do you think Candace was up to no good using you as a so-called alibi?
A so-called alibi? I can only say that I was there till 3:30. So I was only with him till 3:30. I don't get into politics. I don't do politics.
That ain't politics, kid. They just want to know.
Right, out of left field, he's talking about he doesn't do politics. I don't do politics. A little girl missing is not politics. What the fuck are you talking about? Has nothing to do with politics. This should have never happened. Yeah, exactly. He fucking put his son on a platter and was like, here, tear the hell out of him for his, you know.
Do you think that she was trying to use you as an alibi? Like
no, I don't think so. All
right. Now, finally had enough.
No, 3:30.
3:30. So yeah, I always thought it was 2:30 that you had to be home, kid.
So his dad calls him out. I always thought it was 2:30. I always thought it was 2:30 that you had to be home. Now it's 3:30, and now politics are involved. What? What?
Well, yet again, I'm also going off of half-baked bullshit too.
Yeah, it was 3:30 because my probation officer had to come check down some drug test me.
Yeah. So. Yeah. All right, let's get this fucking party started here with this. And you guys, I mean, feel free to tell me what you think. Like I said, hopefully we'll be able to get through some of this. So I'll tell you right now. And not only that, I thought he was on probation. So then he starts talking about his attorney, how he's got like the best attorney ever. And I'm like, well, if you have the best attorney ever, she would have told you to shut your motherfucking mouth and don't go on YouTube. So, I mean, I'm not sure what the hell attorney you're talking about.
You're not on in the back.
Yeah, now. Yeah, I am. I can hear myself. You heard me? You got to turn off YouTube.
Yeah. There you go.
Oh, that's me. That's me talking to me.
Okay, you good.
All right. Here we go. What, no camera, fuckboy?
So you want the camera on? Shit, fuck.
No camera, fuckboy. Nice. Oh, God, get a shirt on.
I got you.
You're making me look bad. You make yourself look bad, Andrew. All right, kid. Floor is yours.
So the floor is mine.
Floor is yours. I'm just here.
So what's that dude's name?
Benny Skisball.
Benny Skisball. So why the fuck this man gotta go on YouTube blabbing about my sister and family?
So much is wrong with that fucking right there. I mean, are you kidding me? What in the hell? I don't even understand. There's
I done told this boy he getting fined. Anybody who comes around my family, my lawyer will put y'all straight into prison.
That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. I don't. You can tell he's young, and this is the thing. His dad should be protecting him, not allowing him to come on here and make a fool of his fucking self. You know, I mean, it just... Yeah, lip locked. I am kind of speechless because this right here blew the hell out of me. I'm surprised Benny didn't lose his shit. Honestly, I really am. Then he turns around. He's like, I'm a grown ass kid. What? Right, Lisa, this will leave anybody speechless. This shit right here blew the fuck out of me. I'm not even bullshitting. Like I said, I'm glad that Tiffany took that clip. I need to go watch her live. I'm about to pull some of it. Once we get these timestamps here, you know what I'm saying? I'm hoping she'll pop up, but you know, I don't know. I mean, I talked to her earlier, so hopefully she can get up here. She's got some information too to fill in, which is, like I said, they've been involved in this for a long time. I mean, especially, like I said, she's known. When I seen her doing that live stream and kind of going through this, I already knew what time it was.
I don't think they understand that. My lawyer is one of the best in all of Tennessee.
Well, I don't think they care.
And thank you for praying for my mom. Yeah, it's a rough time, but this dude talking shit on my sister, like, what is this?
Yeah, her live was really good on this. And like I said, I know she's been gone for a while, and I know that she's had stuff going on. You know what I'm saying? And you know, she just came back. She did a really good live on this. I mean, I was listening to some of it. I'm still fucking shocked that this even happened, that he even had him on like this and then allowed it to continue on and on and on and on. Right. If he's got a lawyer, that lawyer is bad. That's not a good fucking lawyer if they're letting you come on here and do this. Any good lawyer would have told you to get the fuck off here. Don't go on YouTube and don't be talking about anything about this case. You know what I'm saying? You've given your statements. Let it be. But I mean, Andrew keeps saying he wanted it blasted across YouTube that his mom was in the ICU. Why? I don't know. I don't know if it was for just because he wants people to know. I don't know if it's because he was going to use it as a grift. I really have no idea, to be honest.
I'm a grown ass young kid, bro. Talking about
grown ass young kid, bro.
He is some East Tennessee gang shit. I'm like, who cares about a fucking gang, bro? This is my mom. We're talking about my family.
Well, you told me you wanted to speak on Miss Summer Wells, so speak.
Yeah. Also about that, it's just a timeline stamp. I can go.
Well, did you come on here to talk shit about Benny, or did you come on here to talk shit about Summer, or her case, or whatever it is you said? Grown ass young kid. I'm a grown ass young kid. Are you serious? Yeah, Andrew makes this shit way worse. He was live again this morning showing his TikTok friends. They were all young kids. See, that right there, why? Why? What is the point behind that? You are a you were an absentee father to begin with, from my understanding. Andrew's bitch ass keeps redirecting him back to Summer. Yeah, it's Allie, that's an oxymoron. A grown ass young kid.
On the messages with my lawyer and show y'all I have nothing to do with her. If y'all need to, y'all can contact my lawyer, but she be busy. Look, I will show y'all.
Right there. If you need to, you guys can contact my lawyer. Why would anybody say that? Why would Andrew allow him to say that shit on here on YouTube when he knows what people on YouTube will do? Right. He's not doing himself any justice at all. This shit makes me sad. He was one when everything happened, right? No, he wasn't one when everything happened. He was there, and that's the thing, too. He's like, oh, this Summer tonight, I don't have shit to do with this. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. You were there with them. They picked you up and had you in the car. You were in the vehicle. You were in the fucking, horse pond, whatever they call it, the horse pond or whatever. You were swimming with her. You were there. Yes, you were. Yes, Hunter. What's her name, please? Give her, we all, everybody wants to call your lawyer. That's. But she be busy.
Don't show no numbers, motherfucker.
Let me go to it.
Just the way he talks to him like he's his friend.
You're killing me, Smalls.
Talks to him like he's his best friend. And they're both sitting there vaping the entire time on this fucking.
Facebook.
Email it so I can scrub out the your email, and then I'll drop it in a community later.
All right, I'll email it to you.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, let me just. Oh, I can scrape it off. I know how to do all that.
Yeah, well, all right, well. Just remember, Benny ain't nothing, bro.
Yeah, it's just for me to sit there and then see him posting up my sister's Facebook, knowing damn well she got a pregnant kid, knowing what we're going through. All in thanks. Thank you for that. But just to see all that just made me mad. Cause why go on to YouTube and talk shit about people when you can? I'm pretty sure everybody knows where I live. If there was an issue, this is front yard.
Oh, he ain't like.
Oh, okay, so now you're inviting Benny over to fight you in the yard. Is that right? Is that right? Yeah, because I'm sure that's going to work out, and I'm sure the cops would be there in like 2.2. There's no fucking way that would ever go down, so this looks really super foolish right here. Then what really blew the hell out of me was he goes, oh, he doesn't remember what Summer was wearing that day. He doesn't remember, so don't even ask him that. Right. Someone get this little kid off the internet. Yeah, redirecting it to Benny any chance he can. And then he goes back to Summer. I'm like, come on, what the hell, dude? This was a fucking disaster. Period. All right.
He ain't built like that.
There's a whole front yard. If someone got an issue, there's a whole front yard.
Bro,
I don't care about none of that.
Bro, you already know the factor, bro. The fact is he ain't built like that. Bro, he snitched on. He set his own homie up and got him killed, and he sent his baby mama to prison for his own drug.
Excuse me. Who the fuck? Who? Okay, first of all, who the fuck cares? On that note, why would you tell your son this? First of all, second of all, if that didn't happen, that's defamation. Working yourself right into a fucking lawsuit, Andrew, because that's crazy as hell. I don't know if that's I don't know why you would even go. Why? What does that got to do with any fucking thing at all? It's not true. So then why the fuck would he? This is what I'm saying. This right here just ridiculous.
Bro.
Thank y'all for the support.
You heard? This boy like a straight snitch bitch push bag, man.
Yeah, well,
this is why I keep telling you.
I was brought up. I was brought up a whole different way. I don't do none of that snitching, none of that. So
you were brought up in a whole different way. Hold on. You were raised by your mom in a house with your grandma. What do you mean you were brought up a whole different way? What the fuck? Are you kidding me? I feel like he's trying to imply he was growing, like he was raised a whole different way, but no, you actually, you know what? Yeah, you was raised a whole different way. You was, you definitely was. You was not raised in as a thug, that's for sure. So I feel like he's steady on here, acting like he's hard as hell, like he's a little thug. Benny, you hear this bullshit?
and the reason why I got proof is because people were saying that I got my name is on papers with a Summer Wells case. My lawyer, all I gotta do is pick up the phone and she can go to juvenile courthouse and get papers and see that I was only included with the press. That's it.
Wait, what? What the fuck? No. That's not how this works, Hunter. What in the fuck does he mean he ain't in the goddamn... Really? You spent time with them. You are involved in this. You are in the police reports. You are on the documents. It's not just the press. You're not just in... No, that's not how this works at all. Who the fuck lied to this kid? What in the fuck is going on here? This ain't right. This boy's head don't fit his shoulders no more. He don't want it with me. I'm telling you, man. Right. He's a suspect like everyone else.
So you were never really on the suspect list?
No, I was never on the suspect list. It was just the press putting in words that nobody knows about.
What the hell? No, it's not just in the press. It's not. It's in the police reports. It's in the reports. I mean, you know, everyone's a suspect. I don't think anyone was taken off the suspect list. I think everyone is a suspect. Lawson, right? Everyone is a suspect. That's exactly what was said. Chronicles of Oblivious. That's exactly what was said. He wasn't cleared. His phone was never returned. Candace and Don got theirs back, but he didn't. Kids shouldn't be having kids. They still need to grow and learn, right? Benny, what in the fuck is he talking about? What in the hell is really going on right now? Yeah. Defamation. Hypocrisy hive. Yeah. Yeah, that's right, PJ. Truth is hard. Everyone is a suspect. That's right. That's right. I want to know where the hypocrisy's at, because I know I never have my fucking kid up on this motherfucker like this. You care to explain, Peach? Or are we just talking out our ass? Which one is it? Or are you just trying to make yourself relevant? Or you just want my attention? Let me know, baby. You let me know.
Give him a moment. So tell me, what do you remember of that day, homie?
So this is what happened. She came over. Her grandma was in the hospital. She was sick. Or not her grandma. Her grandma came in, right?
Yeah.
Her grandma came from the hospital. She came over. We haven't spoke to them in months. I'm talking about 8 to 9 months, because her and my mom got in an argument.
Yeah.
And we left it at that. And she came over, and next thing you know, she was with Summer. We was chilling at the house. The boys were with their dad working. And she just came over because she was just down the road at the hospital.
Okay.
And she needed to use the bathroom to ask me to go fishing and swimming. I said, that's fine.
Fishing and swimming. I thought it was just swimming. Maybe I missed it, but I thought it was just swimming. Where was the fishing poles?
I got to ask Mom. Mom said it was cool. And then we went swimming and fishing after we got her grandma her meds after the hospital. And she bought me a vape or whatever. And a Twisted Tea. I mean, at a young age, I was drinking and doing stupid stuff anyways. Everybody lives once, and they gonna do stupid stuff as a kid.
Hang on.
So the Twisted Tea was for him. So the Twisted Tea was for him, for sure. I thought it was for Candace. Like, I thought that was hers. I didn't know that was his. Yeah, he's saying everything out of order and all different. Yeah. I'm actually going to go pull the interview with Chris McDonough, too, real fast.
Soul.
My, how things change.
Soul Shine. Hang on 1 minute. Let him finish. And then when you guys can ask questions, this is all about what he wants.
And then after that, we went and got slushies. Then we went to Priceless. They was in there for a little bit. Me and her was just, like watching TikToks on my phone, all this stuff. And then they dropped me off because my probation officer was coming at 3:30.
Okay.
And after that, I went with my girl to Bristol to a park. And then we got a call. We thought she was playing. We thought she was just playing around because normally when she says stuff like that, she's just playing around. Like people like to play around and say stupid stuff.
All right.
So we thought that what it was.
You don't fucking play around about a missing kid. Come on now. You do not play around about a missing fucking kid. Not at all. Not at all. Not even a little bit. Beecham, this is Hunter, Allie's son. He was there when Summer went missing. Some people are saying Andrew is exploiting him by bringing him on here. Some people are saying that, you know, he did it for a reason, that this is his son, that, you know, he's not exploiting him. I don't know. I think he is. I mean, I wouldn't have my fucking son on here. Damn no, fuck no, I wouldn't. Definitely would. I definitely wouldn't. Ain't no fucking way. And if he had a lawyer like he says, a good lawyer like he says, that lawyer would in turn tell him, do not go on the internet. Do not go talk about it. Do not go out here and contradict yourself or, you know, speak on the case, which is obviously still an open investigation. Everyone is a suspect, including him. I don't think he's ever been cleared or his name has ever, or the police or any detectives or anybody has said Hunter's cleared in this. Yeah, he says he's expecting twins. That's what he says himself.
Then we called mom, and then the TBI came, asked what happened, told him the exact same story, and then they just left it at that. They took my phone, and then that was it.
Junipers, thank you, honey. Tell her thank you.
Looks like you, Andrew.
Yeah, don't curse him like that. Is it safe to say Mama Dukes is doing the same as yesterday? Everything's still in her willpower and God's hands?
Yeah, it's all depending on her. All right. They took her off her meds, and then they put them back on her meds, the coma meds, to see what's going on. But they said normally people in comas don't move their muscles, and she was moving her muscles, so that's a good sign. Her eyes are healing.
All right, so she's doing a lot better?
She's doing a lot better. Yeah, she's doing a lot better.
So she's stubborn.
Yeah, she's just stubborn.
All right.
She's always been a fighter.
Well, you know how she is. She ain't, listen, no matter how hard life gets her, man, she ain't going to leave your happy ass with me. She won't croak until after I do. You know that.
Yeah, she's always been.
And he says he never went back and got his phone. He just bought a new one. Why? Why the hell would you not go back and get it? I don't know. I think that's kind of odd to me.
Listen, we fight like we're siblings, bro.
But yeah, it's just that whole situation. The Summer World shit, that
I feel like he's trying to be more of a friend than he is trying to be a dad. You know what I mean? Hold on. Prayer Garden subscribers bought him that new phone. Oh, damn. I didn't know that. Well, I guess she was friends with Allie. She did have her up a few times, didn't she? Hold on, Harsheba. I don't think Hunter remembers what happened yesterday. Never mind 2 to 3 years ago. Yeah, but I mean, why he shouldn't even be talking about it, honestly. Not out here anyways. This is fucking crazy to me.
People don't even I see people who don't even that are on YouTube talking about me. They don't even come up to me and say nothing. They're talking about I robbed somebody in a car. Are they dumb? I got set up. I was supposed to go look at the prices of the vapes. and she went to hand me one, and they tried to take off with them. I got set up. They put up that same night, and I told them what happened.
There you go.
I would never rob nobody when I've been growing up with sisters. Why would I dare put my hands on a female and drag her up out of the car with her baby?
This is how things get twisted, bro.
Like this stuff gotta stop. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't even know what to fucking think. His dad did a donation stream on him. What do you mean by a donation stream? What's that mean? Like he took up funds for him, or whole timeline's different? What the fuck was that? I'm stressed out by this shit. Like this shit has me stressed. What was the dad thinking? I can't imagine this was to help squash any rumors or clear everything up. Well, he comes on. He's like, I told him not to, you guys. I told him not to. Well, then why the fuck did you even send him the damn link? Why did you allow him to come up here and do this? I feel like if this was any of our kids, even Miss Peach that came in trying to fucking start shit, I feel like if it was any of our kids, I don't think any of us would bring our kids up on a fucking platform like this and allow them to speak on an open investigation of a missing child that they were involved in. Right. Then why even push the fucking live button? And now he added Burger King into the fucking timeline. What the hell? What the fuck is going on?
Like I said, there's a front door. Y'all know where I live. That's all I gotta say. Y'all got problems? There's a door, and we can go in the yard.
Yo, just do me a favor.
Now y'all bring some weapons. Then that's gonna be y'all's ass. Cause I got life to live.
So you're inviting him over and then saying I got life to live, and that the lawyer will arrest anybody that comes near you, but you're opening the door asking Benny to come fight you. What's up, dude? What's happening, man?
Hey, how you doing, man? You all right?
I know you're scared right now.
I am. You know, one of the interesting things, this is why I kind of wanted to cut. This is like perfect timing, really. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for coming up, man.
Yes, ma'am. You know, the guy has talked a lot about politics. You know, I wanted to mention first thing, like one of the first violations is you don't bring the gang politics to the line, to the internet.
Right.
Right. And then the second thing is you're not, you know, if he is actually affiliated like he says he is, they done already told him, do not mix our politics with that little missing girl politics. Don't do that. So
right. That has nothing to do with this.
Right. They're two separate things, and you're getting a lot of press, and I see how that may be attractive to some people that's in his personal life, probably.
Right.
That makes him a high value individual to some people. However, what he just did was what was talked about. I've been stressing on this because the boy, I want him to know that like that stuff he's talking about, there's no future in it, because he done already told. Right. Like, where did he get into a car with somebody to go see about the price? He's going to go see about the price of some vapes. They mess around and, you know, something happens. It goes bad. It turns sour. Next thing you know, that same person who was at first going to sell some vapes to a kid now is calling the police because they've been robbed. And then this guy, he ends up being on probation for what, 2-3 years now? Like,
right.
No, it's something more to it. Right. And he's saying he got set up. Like, this is the worst possible situation that Andrew could have put his son into, in my opinion. Like, this is disastrous.
This is terrible. Yeah, this is fucking. That's why I said, I was like, this shit's got me stressed.
Really,
you're stressed as fuck over this. I can't believe he brought him up here like that.
Yeah, and to piggyback on it a little further, like, I don't know what the boys, what the boys, you know, what his sentence was. But if it, you know, was kind of standard, then he probably got like 4 years or something probation, right? He's not been on probation for 4 years. He's been on probation for 2 years, which means that when he turns 18, he potentially has to go through that process where he might have to certify. If he certifies as an adult with these charges, then that means all of this gets bumped over to the adult courts, and the remainder of his supervision be supervised by the adult court. If it doesn't certify, then it stays in the juvenile court, and I guess he would be done at 18. Potentially. I don't know all the ins and outs of his situation, but it's a whole lot the boys got going on, and it's crash test dummy stuff. Like, this is crashing out. And I really, I hate that the boy has, he's got somebody that is legally leading him this way, lying to him on streams.
Right.
Just all of these things is so treacherous for the boy's
and
situation.
Here, am I wrong when they say he was he says he's not a suspect, he's not involved, he's not in the police reports? Is that wrong? I mean, what?
I don't know, because so much of that still has been compartmentalized due to the open the nature of the open case. Yeah, so you can't even really. I mean,
I just feel like he would be involved in it if he was involved, if he was there and they picked him up and he, what I'm saying, like he was involved, like he says, he was with her during the day. I feel like he would definitely be in the police report.
I mean, there's definitely paperwork generated about the boy, but if you listen to Chris McDonough the other night, what they said was Chris seemed to know the lineup, and what I mean by that is he said I was the fourth person to interview him. So he said the feds came quick. TBI and the feds came. They grabbed up his phone. They extracted everything off of it immediately, and then they come back to him pretty quickly with 2 more interviews, with making a total of 3. That's what McDonough knows as far as the feds are concerned. Like, the boy, and if you listen to McDonough, and you believe any of that, well, then that behavior and that kind of series of that design of interviews would suggest that he was, to some degree, a higher value witness or suspect, right?
Right.
He's the only person that hasn't gotten their device back yet either. Like, still, like what 15-year-old is like, yeah, just take my stuff and never give it back. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
No.
Yeah, no.
He never got that back. Everybody else got it back. Some it's been scattered reports of how it came back. Maybe it came back just like it was. Don and Candace's, theirs came back with stuff deleted from it. Things
now,
of that
somebody just came in and said Prayer Garden actually bought him that phone when Allie came up. Like, she was going over there and going up on her panels and stuff. They said actually Prayer Garden got that phone for him. He never went. He just got a new one.
And that, that's just like it's. I saw a little situation that Andrew had going this morning. Not to go too far off topic, but he's upset with John Davis. I don't know if you know who that is. I don't really know who he is, but he offered the boy $300 for an interview. He offered him $300, and I promise you, John Davis, if it gets into areas where it's going to be treacherous for his case, he'd be like, I don't think we want to talk about it. John Davis would steer him away from the things that would be damaging to his situation that he's trying to navigate right now.
Right.
And Andrew steps in the way. He says, no, don't be offering my boy money for like you making him come here and give all of the terrible stuff against him away for free. Now here's someone that wants to pay him $300 and you telling him no. Like, what are we doing here? All of it should be no. There should be no more talking from Hunter on the internet probably ever about this.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
This is not good.
Yeah, this was not good. This is probably this is terrible. Fucking terrible. This is a huge mistake. I feel like really if his lawyer, if he has a lawyer, which I don't know, I mean, maybe he does, maybe he doesn't, but if he does, I feel like that they would have been like, absolutely not, do not go on there. This is no, absolutely not. And then somebody said that the lawyer calls him. I thought he was actually playing. I thought he was lying when he said that, but maybe he wasn't. I don't know. I just thought he got a fucking like a text from somebody that said, shut up, stop talking, you're talking too much, and was like, oh, my lawyer called.
Yeah. Now the other thing you can kind of garner from this is that what he makes comments on the, not even on the slide, just kind of low key slides them in like, yeah, this is the story I told them. So what that leads you to believe is that he talked to the police 3 times, gave them a statement each time, which if you want to believe him, what he just released on his dad's channel, that's the truth. But it's all 180 from what he said on Chris's. So he's admitting basically without saying what he said on Chris McDonough's was a lie, and that this story here that you're hearing now is actually the first story. This is the first account of it all. He's told this account or some varying degree of this account 3 times to the feds, which you're not going to get no paperwork from the feds or the TBI. You're not going to get that. But whatever he gave to me.
Where does this Burger King come into play when he said he was at Burger King?
I mean, logistically, the Burger King, I mean, for the real sleuthers, like logistically, the Burger King is just another set of nightmares, because it would constitute potential other witnesses, cameras, you know, any of the things that may be capturing the roadway on the way there. Like, you know, in a sleuth's mind, also at a point in time, there was people, well, we found out she was over in this direction. They need to go look on the roadways and off the roadways and, you know, go search this area for, you know, disposal sites. So it just adds its own set of new issues, this whole Burger King thing. But just like a lot of things in the statement, like he's also now pretty much narrowed down Andy B being the person that's up there trying to touch on kids, allegedly. Now, I don't know if that's actually what he means to say or if he's spacing out and just saying yes. I hate to even mention that as real estate for him to snatch up as, oh yeah, that's what it was. Because, you know, a lot of people will do that. They'll hear a better excuse than theirs on the internet, and then they'll snatch it up and they'll adopt it as theirs. Right. So you got to be careful what you offer on the internet to these people in the way of excuses. But he's really narrowed down a lot of things. Whereas before he made comments about it being Billy, the old drunk that stayed in the shed when he would get loaded.
All right.
Right. He's made differing accounts. So there's like 18 or 19 at least pretty heavy discrepancies that were exactly opposite. Or, I mean, even with him saying he got back at 3:30 instead of 2:30. Well, his sister always said 2 o'clock, which makes you think something, you know, something monumental. It must have been monumental for her to remember, because publicly she said 2 o'clock and he says 2:30, and they were okay with everybody knowing there was a discrepancy in their times. They didn't care about that. He needed an extra 30 minutes for something. I don't know. She says, no, he was there at 2. He came home at 2 o'clock. So you've already got a half hour. Now you add this extra hour where he's saying instead of 2:30, now he got back at 3:30. Well, either he didn't remember what he said to McDonough because it wasn't true. And that's where I lean to. He probably just said a bunch of stuff that wasn't true with McDonough. And now when it comes back to reciting these things, he can't. Which is interesting, because when you listen to McDonough with Josh the other night, he can't remember none of the intimate details of this either. Why not? Why can't the very two people that got their royalty here from the same interview, why can't neither of them remember what happened? You can't make it up. But so now going back to the 3:30 timeline, now he needed an extra hour, because before he wouldn't adhere to his sister's 2 o'clock. She says 2 o'clock. He says 2:30. He won't move over to her. She's not budging to him. So there's a 30-minute time discrepancy to start off with about when he arrived back home.
All right.
Now, after 2.5 years, he adds another hour. So now you got an hour and a half window. Like, bro, what were you doing for an hour and a half, and why none of this, you know, no one's ever talked about Burger King. You know, no people from Burger King saw her there. You know, you've not had anything to even point towards a Burger King trip. Now, in my opinion, I think that the boy may have gotten the Burger King and the Sonic mixed up, but who am I? I don't know.
Gonna say, I thought they went to Sonic's and got milkshakes, but I guess
Right.
who the fuck am I? Maybe I heard that wrong. Fuck. I
No,
don't know.
you're exactly right. You are exactly right. But that's, you know, if Tiffany is going to do it too, she's going to take all of the things. Like right now, he says, I don't know what she was wearing. Go back to his first interview. He remembers exactly what she was wearing then.
I was gonna say, you guys know this timeline and shit way better than, you know, like you know what I'm saying. You guys have went over it, talked about it. You know what I'm saying. You guys are a lot, you know a lot more than I do about it.
Very fluid in it, and so now you've got a number of people that have time. There's time discrepancies with a lot of people. You've got a lot of people now who have, well, and one thing I want to mention is that there is seemingly an evidential, a circumstantial corroboration of Andy being around there now before the 6:23 hour, right? Fred Hill says he saw him in the back. He had to pull around to let him get through at 3:30. Also, now you got this boy saying, well, no, it's Andy B up there trying to touch on the kids. So you got two people independently that they don't talk. Fred and him don't talk, but they both putting Andy over there at the 3:30 hour at some time around then, but not 6:23 or 6:32 when he pulled in just moments before dawn. So, you've got a lot of people with some time issues. Even Mr. Wells said he was this far away and he was driving 80 miles an hour. And even then when you add 80 miles an hour, it's still an issue with the arrival times and things. Right? Candace doesn't remember, did she leave once or twice? Right. If you tell her they said you left twice, she says, well, that's what they say. She won't admit to her having left twice. Maybe she just doesn't remember. Who knows? But everybody has an issue with the time now. Andrew's excluded from all that. But everyone has a time issue now. And everyone needs more time than they actually have. What does this boy need? Why does he need extra time? To do what? Tell the story how you told it. The boy also said he hadn't even spoken to the Wells in 8 or 9 months. That's what he started out this whole thing by saying. I could show you proof that he talked to her on June 4th, the morning of, at about 11 a.m. We call it the dry run. He contacted Candace, said, what you got going? She says, I'm at the hospital with mom, her knee. He says, well, hit me up when you guys are done. That's basically the bones of the conversation. It's the same thing that happened on the 15th. This happened on the 4th as well. So when he says, oh, we haven't talked to him, no, you have talked to him. You talked to them 9 days before. It was the same setup. The same Facebook messages. It looks just the same. So there's 2 different days. He hasn't talked to him in 8 or 9 months. And then all of a sudden on 2 different days, he catches Candace at a hospital with her mom getting some medicine for her knee. 2 different days. You can't make it up.
Right. See?
You just can't.
Yeah, there's a lot of different shit, like a lot of discrepancies in this. And like I said, his dad, this is terrible for him to let him keep going.
It's so unhelpful. Like I even want way better for his son's situation than this right here. And the problem is I don't know, they're using this public forum with thousands of eyes watching it. They're using it like they think it's some private messaging service. Like they're able to send all these messages, in forms of video out to just the people they want to. And that if anybody responds or reacts to it, this boy just said he got a whole gang that'll lay their life down for him, but they won't feed him.
Right.
They'll keep him. They'll kill for him just to watch him starve. Because if you got a whole gang behind you, then they got no problem feeding you and clothing you and weeding you and cheeseburgering you and all that shit. It's nothing. You don't have to come to the internet and do that if you're gang affiliated, bro. Quit that. So it's all these glaring discrepancies, some new discrepancies, some, mountainous discrepancies from things he said before. Like he legitimately says he does not remember what the little girl was wearing. Well, why is that? Why don't you remember? Why didn't you? Why'd you get so triggered?
Yeah,
he came to the line.
Said that. Lost
yeah,
when he said that. I'm like, what?
Junior got triggered and came to the line. You mean to tell me he hasn't watched his own interview? I know what he said, but he doesn't know what he said on his own interview. He can't repeat what he said. I can repeat what he said, but he can't. Tell me how that is. He can't. He doesn't even go back and look at his homework. And his dad, a couple of times, when he said 3:30, he's like, no, wait. You've been saying 2:30 this whole time. He's like, no, it's 3:30. Andrew tried to hand him back the 2:30 hour, and he's like, no, I'm set. I need an extra hour here. And he's like, okay, then. Okay. It's a virtual nightmare.
Right.
And the thing is that if this is the story that he's told to the police, they're not going to come re-question him. They'll just say, okay, well, he's playing games with the internet. You know, now he's told his, you know, he's expressed his statement online, whatever. If this isn't the story he told the police, I'm gonna tell you what, bro, you should expect them folks to come see you, bro. They're gonna come see about this. If this is all things that you haven't said before, they're gonna come see about this, bro. Like, this is different.
Right.
This is pretty substantial.
I'm surprised they really. After this, I'm surprised they haven't, because somebody called in.
Had to have. He's also back to now saying he went fishing, and there wasn't a fishing pole one ever.
I was gonna say, where the fuck was the fishing poles? I didn't see nothing about no fishing nowhere. Nothing.
Now, that's not to say that Candace didn't have some old garage sale pickups or roadside fishing poles in there, but you didn't see nothing about no fishing. There wasn't not one worm. There wasn't nothing.
Yeah,
nothing.
No.
So it's all kind of it's blown up, and without knowing what he told the police first, if you just take it for face value, and that he's just telling you the truth now, then that means this is the first story. This is what he told the FBI initially, and if you also take what McDonough says seriously, he said the Feds been with him 3 times. They were the first 3 interviews was the Feds. So then he was the 4th one. So I mean, so the confliction in statement has been known for over 2 years now, right? That's what you need to know. Like, to the law enforcement world, this is not new news. Hopefully they just know he was lying with Chris and them back then, and that's my opinion only. That's not Queen B's. It's my opinion only that if this story is the one he told the police, but it's 180 from what he told Chris, well, then he lied to Chris, which then transmitted it to 150,000 people, and it's been used as the archaeology for a lot of things online in terms of Summers' case, right?
Right, but you know what? Lying to him and lying to the police is 2 different things. You know what I mean? He can lie to Chris all he wants, you know, and the internet, whatever. I mean, but to lie to the police is a whole different ballgame. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I mean, and Andrew, at different times, he's vocal. You know, he'll want hush, hush, and then he'll be vocal again. And one of those things that he likes to do that with is the fact that he's told Hunter, just lie to him, just tell him anything. He's told him that. Well, right now he's not going to want us to say that. He's going to probably threaten people and dox you and all kinds of shit if you bring that up. But it's a widely known fact. He told his son, just tell him whatever you need to tell him to get it over with. Now, whether that's some secret squirrel version of, you know, him trying to motivate his son to tell the truth, probably not. But he's already told them. He's already told everyone.
Well, I feel like, why even have him up here? You know, I don't. He's dealing with his mom being in the hospital. He's vulnerable as fuck right now. Why have him up here?
It's just, yeah.
Shit.
The whole thing is just not good. But however, it's like, again, like, you're making all this public. The boy's talking about being in the gang. People want to send money to the gang, and so, you know, where does that money go to? You know what I mean? Like, I know it's not going to be a substantial amount of money, but he's going to go back and buy some weed from the gang and his big homie and the plug and the old heads. He's going to go spread the money around. That's what they do.
All right.
You know what I'm saying? They're going to go back and, you know what I mean? Like, who knows his situation with the gang, really? He could be getting extorted by the gang. Who knows? Right. They could just hold, you know what I'm saying? Holding him in the play, like, bro, yeah, we're going to start doing this, and that. I don't know his situation. However, it's a lot of dangerous.
He could be the little runner because she's a little, you know what I'm saying? The little young ones are, you know?
Absolutely. Yeah. If he's got a far, you know, he could be a far reach.
But see, that's the thing, is like breaking off a kid a little $100 like this, that's a lot to him. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, and do the handshake with him, and that's the really thing. They want to be validated. He wants to be validated by the gang. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Keep on doing what you're doing. Because this is not any part of it. This is real serious politics. With the I don't politic, this is serious politics he's doing right now. He's mixing the gang. He's throwing up the gang signs and stuff while they talking about his involvement with a little missing kid and a robbery where he was involved with robbing some vapes and maybe a car and some attempted kidnapping looking stuff, like a whole bunch of shit. This ain't no isolated event. This boy been a crime wave since he started, since he got to be a teenager. Basically, he been a little crime wave all of his own. So, it's a lot. It's a lot to have happen to you at this point in the game. Like he turns 18 in March, so it's all of this, and now you're inviting violence in your life, and you got twins, and I mean, it's just a hard time for them, and I get it.
So why does he keep talking shit about the sister? Did you put the sister's picture up or something? What happened with that? Why is he tripping on?
Okay, so on the 26th of December, she posted a screenshot. Well, she didn't post a screenshot on her Facebook. She posted a post that said, I can't say it verbatim because I don't have it right here with me. It's on the computer.
Right.
But it was her saying that her mother told her, basically it was her mom putting her out of the house, telling her to go live with some meth heads and become a junkie whore. This is on the 26th of December. She's saying that her mother just told her this. Like she's out in the street now. It's what it made it look like. And that her mother told her to go live with the meth heads and become a junkie whore. But she's pregnant. I could have TM send that to you. Well, then after all this happened, she's just now, like right when this stuff with Allie happened, she deleted it. Well, why can't that stay and this? I don't understand. But she felt the need to probably delete it because she knew now people are going to start going back. Well, people had screenshot it way back on the 26th when she put it up, like directly when she put it up, people screenshotted it. So there's inner family turmoil, unfortunately, already going on, and people don't know it. Well, then when you share that, it was not to tear True down at all. It was to show the nature of what's actually going on. Like it's big creators like Tracing Truth. Like she's sharing. There's a lot of people like, here, send money to Hunter. Like this boy's smoking cigarettes. I know I'm on a rant. This boy's smoking cigarettes in the house with his pregnant baby mom right there with twins, smoking cigarettes in the house. And we think he can manage some money. Man, no. And then you got JSB. JSB, she jumps in and now she wants to be the referee. She's like, well, whatever he needs, just let me know, order it, I'll pick it up and I'll do the distributing. And it's just gotten to a really weird place. Very weird.
Yeah, this shit right here,
it's strange. It's super strange.
I'm gonna play some of this real fast.
Yeah. I'll mute out.
Know that?
He's tough as hell here, so
I got my life to live.
Hey, yeah, and isn't self-defense still a thing in your state?
As long as their back is not turned.
He just invited me to come there. You can't invite somebody to your house and then shoot them. Like it's just all of this is bad.
Right. And why are you even talking like that? He is encouraging the conversation. That's what I can't understand.
Yeah. You encouraging someone to come over. That's just what the police will say. Like, man, hold on, man. You invited the dude on the internet. And now he comes when you invite him and you want to try to what? Shoot him? You're on probation, homie. What are you actually saying?
His back is turned, like, come on, man.
It's strange. It's scary.
It's just odd to me that he's encouraging this conversation with his kid.
Hunter told his dad 6 weeks ago on this same channel, told his daddy somebody came over to his house. Somebody accepted one of these invitations and came to his house with a shotgun. This just happened 6 weeks ago.
So you got to be careful who you talk to and play with on the internet. That's for sure.
That's it. I digress.
All right.
You come here with some weapons, y'all.
That's legal self-defense. That's legally self-defense.
All I gotta do is make one phone call. I got people who put their life on the line for me.
Well,
but not
about people putting
no
lives
toilet
on the line.
paper.
It's about you doing what's right, man.
Who's in the back waving?
There's
somebody in the back waving.
That's that little sister. They didn't put them all on the line now, thanks to Andrew.
But
Andrew and Allie, they're our star players. Because let me tell you something. This all started because Mama Bitch Bear, or I'm that Bitch Bear Mama, whatever.
Oh, I'm not
got
bitch, Mama Bear or something like that. Mama
Yeah.
Bear. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Look, she got together. They used her daughter to try to set up Hunter because Allie and this other lady, Allie just swears he knows more about Summer than he's saying. So they used Mama Bitch Bear's, they used her daughter to try to get information and try to set him up. Like all that just happened 6 weeks ago. This ain't just something that just, the catalyst was what was Allie going to the hospital. That's what was the cataclysmic shift. But it's been a whole bunch of really bad stuff going on. And Allie, you know what I'm saying? Like she was involved in setting the boy up.
Wow.
Trying to get information, recorded his calls, all kinds of stuff. Like they've been heavy going at it on this boy. Yeah. It's been going down, and Andrew been right there in the middle of all that.
The fuck, man. I just his own kid, man. All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Well, peeps are gonna ask you some 30,000 questions, homie. They always do.
I'm trying to read them. It's just going a little bit too fast. So.
Nah, yeah. Brain, you're a managing moderator. Can you turn that down? Can you slow it down a little bit?
Okay, so what it say?
So this is sister in the back, just standing back there, just whatever, waving and.
People want to ask you some questions about your thoughts.
Just I don't know. Here we go.
On Candace and whether or not what your thoughts are about the situation with the Summers case.
Okay, that's fine.
People are actually asking, do you remember what she was wearing the last time you saw her?
Hey, you got a thing. I've been
he completely avoided the question.
Like that. For my decisions, nothing to do with someone else.
He completely avoids the question of what she was wearing.
Yeah, now, he's like, mind you, this don't have nothing to do with Summer Wells. Is that what he just said?
That's right. Now,
hold on, let me play this shit again.
Let me break down the whole template real quick, so you'll see it. You'll see it just as I described it. What's going to happen is he's going to ask him. People want to know, what was she wearing? He's going to go on this about a minute or 45-second tyrant off to the side, and then Andrew's going to snap back and say, yeah, that's all cool, but what was she wearing? Like, even the people knew he completely avoided this question. Watch this.
The thing, I've been out of juvenile and stuff like that. For my decisions, nothing to do with someone else. I was a dumb little kid.
Oh, he said for his decisions, like he made some bad decisions and was in the juvie, not over Summer Wells, over his own decisions.
But he said he got set up a little bit ago, right? No, he said he got set up with the vapes. But now he's saying that he was a bad kid. It can't be both ways, homie. It cannot be both ways. It's got to be one or the other. But that's sort of like a little intern. That's a little spin. That's a little turnaround spot in the whole template, because Andrew's getting ready to snap him back to reality. Watch.
All right.
That's why I grew up. I had to grow up and man up.
Yeah, but listen, they want to know if you remember what she was wearing.
See?
Right there. Yeah, I can't remember.
Yeah, that's cool. Cool story, bro.
Did the cops ever give you back your phone?
Cool story, bro. But what was she wearing? Never answered it. Won't answer it. But you go look in the first interview, he remembers exactly what she was wearing, and even different variations of what she was wearing, and when she changed and where she changed. It's a lot. But he don't remember nothing now. He didn't see nothing, don't remember nothing. I digress.
See, and I feel like I don't know. I feel like he lied in the first interview anyways, because he was, you know what I'm saying? There was a lot going on, and I think he was scared anyways, because he had gotten cigarettes and beer and whatever, you know what I'm saying? And had already, he thought he was going to be in some trouble.
Yeah. And you ain't even seen him on one time yet, have you?
And he can't, and I feel like he definitely lied, a few times back then. And so now when he is, he may be telling the truth, he may not be, but no, we won't know,
That's it. And it probably was, you know, it was probably always designed for us not to know. But then the other interesting thing is this: while Andrew's been here grifting for almost 3 years, right? Has he actually known all of this too and never said anything?
Well,
Like, what was it about what Benny said?
He was in a fucking home or something or whatever.
Right.
He's like, I won't tell anybody. I'm not telling anybody where he's at. But
that's it. But so why give Benny so much power and now you come out here and give us this gift? What did I say that was so strong to you? I don't know. I do not know.
All right, here we go.
They were supposed to, and then I just got a new one because there was no point.
What's going on, everybody? So why did
never got his phone back?
Because they wanted to make sure I was telling the truth.
Right.
And they wanted to see where it was tracked.
So they just kept his phone, but they would have get the Don and Candace got theirs back, so he would have already been able to get his back, right?
Correct. They got theirs back the same day, I believe. Same day they got theirs back. There was some stuff deleted from 3:30 all the way to their present time. Like they just went back to 3:30 and for whatever reason deleted some stuff from both devices. This dude never even got his situation back. Got to make that make sense too.
Yeah.
So they wanted to make, and they never gave it back?
No, they never get. I mean, we went to the courthouse. He told me that they was going to give it back, and then we just forgot about it, so I bought a new one. I was working at the time, so it was just like pocket change. So,
all right.
It was his
pocket
granddaddy's
change,
phone.
but Prayer Garden bought it for his mom, right? Ain't that how it went down? But it was pocket change. He just forgot about it. Is what it is.
Correct. PG's people bought that phone. Yeah. But he said he was working his pocket change, so he can't even give credit back to the people that gave it to him.
And where was he? I didn't know he was working. I wasn't aware of that.
He
said he was in trouble. He was getting in trouble. He was in and out of juvie, whatever. You know what I'm saying? That it was.
He said he was. He said he was only hanging out with the black boys, and they were getting to the money. That's what he said. And he had actually, even about 2-3 months ago, he out of his own mouth, out of Hunter's mouth, he said he had bought Allie a new phone because something happened, some kind of drama happened, and she didn't have a phone anymore, and so he bought her a new phone. So while the internet people are buying him a new phone, he's buying her a new phone. It's very strange, but that's all verifiable.
What the hell?
Yeah, it's backwards as shit.
Well, that's good. I mean, as long as there wasn't nothing too nefarious, you know what I'm saying?
No, it wouldn't even too nefarious to begin with.
Well, yeah, man. I mean, I figured they keep that shit to try to track down your drug dealers.
It's a drug dealer. You know I don't do that stuff on the phone, bro. I don't do that. Let me tell you, I hang around too many old heads. I know way better than to do stuff over the phone. I'd rather throw that.
Yeah, okay.
But he actually doesn't know better. Because that's how we even know about his interactions with Candace on June 4th, the morning of, about 11:12, I think it was. He shared it. It's from his phone. So it's all weird.
Now, see, this makes me think like he was trying to flirt with Candace, or you know what I'm saying? He was trying to act cool.
Which I can definitely see. He's sort of because it's strange, right? Like you don't see him conform to sort of like adhere to his dad's behavior, which, you know, a lot of boys, you'll see them be their own person, but then they get around their dad and they sort of conform to, that.
Some of their behaviors. Yeah.
Correct. You don't see that with this. This scenario is exactly backwards from that. When you see Andrew and Hunter get around, Andrew turns into a gangster. He starts saying words you don't never hear him say unless he's on with his son or just got off with his son or been talking to his son. He turns into a gangster. So you already see that at the time that Hunter reaches maturity, if you don't make no more bad decisions or reaches maturity, that's when Andrew's going to reach maturity, because basically Hunter is going to be raising his dad. That's the way it's going to work. I mean, Hunter's not going to be able, or Andrew's not going to be able to be a dipshit forever once his son gets his shit together. Andrew's going to be the lone wolf. Right now, he can be a dipshit with his son. They can both be dipshits together. But as soon as he gets old enough and he wises up, yeah, so will Andrew.
Yeah, he treats him like a friend instead of a dad.
Absolutely. That's it.
That phone, my girlfriend has the phone where I go see my big homie. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, well, listen, it don't matter.
So he's also admitting right there that he's still doing the
right
shit.
Now look at his dumb ass. He said, "My girlfriend holds the phone that I call my big homie on." What?
Yeah, when he goes to see his big homie, he's gonna leave the phone with the
talking
chick.
about big homie on here, dumbass. Anyway.
So, yeah, what he's saying is when y'all come to talk to me about all this new info,
their life on the line, but you'll fucking dry snitch on him right here on a live stream on the.
That's it. You just told on big homie and them. You just told on them. So now when they get the phone and they want to look through the phone, they'll be able to see what you and big homie been talking about now too. That's crazy, Jack. And you're on probation. Fuck, man. I digress.
Man.
Weed is not a drug, it's a plant.
Did they say, talking about drugs, I mean, I don't know about drugs, but weed, like they tell the kids go downstairs to go outside, so.
Yeah.
Who does? Who tells the kids to go downstairs and go outside? Who?
I think she's talking about Candace and Don.
Okay.
Hunter, do you think Candace was up to no good using you as a so-called alibi?
So-called alibi. I can only say that I was there till 3:30, so I was only with him till 3:30. I
just changed the time.
I can only, but did you catch that? I can only say.
Yep. And before it was he had to go to a doctor's appointment. Now it's probation was going to come and piss him. It sounds like doing a home visit is what it sounds like. So he's saying now he had to be back by 3:30. Right? Sister says 2:00. He says 2:30. Now he didn't stretched out and asked for another 60 minutes for whatever reason. He needs some extra time. I don't know what's going through the boy's mind that makes him think he needs an extra hour, but it can't be nothing good, right? Like he should just be a innocent bystander, stumped like everybody else in this case. Not at this point in the game, searching and scratching for another hour's worth of time for activities, right? So he's putting himself there early, he put himself home early, and maybe has realized through whatever. I put myself there an hour too early. I actually need to be there at 3:00, and to get it off his chest, he had to vocalize it. Now he done sent the letter off. Now he's probably was content at that period for having got that off his chest. Now he's probably like, oh shit, I done fucked up. That's where he's at now. I digress.
This is all bad, man. This is all
very bad, Queen. It's very bad. And the thing is this thing happened in a blink. Right? Like most people think it happened in a blink. Now it's sort of smoothing out. Like one other thing that's popped up is that I guess Allison took a turn for the worse last night. Rest her soul, man. She took a turn for the worse. She's still battling. It's not good. But Hunter forgot to tell Andrew. And so now Andrew's still on the line saying she's making improvements, but all of a sudden actually she isn't. And Hunter's not telling Andrew. Or she's doing just fine, but now Andrew's making it seem like, oh, well, she took a turn and Hunter didn't even tell me. They can't get the head and the tail of this thing hooked together at all, Queen. They can't do it. I digress.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
Good. All right, here we go.
don't get into politics. I don't do politics. I don't
That
do
ain't
none of
politics, kid. They just want to know, do you think that
What
she was
the
trying
fuck?
to use you as...
I don't do this is what bothers me. I don't do politics. I ain't getting into politics. Yes, the fuck you already did.
You already did. You done already told, bro. You done told on several people and the big homie too.
Right. Talking about my girl holds the phone that we call big homie. Well, I mean, come on. You already fucked up. You already fucked up a couple times. Couple good.
Oh, yeah. This is bad. Real bad.
Yeah, man. And instead of his dad shutting shit the fuck down, he continues on.
He's a crowbar. Just prying it out.
God.
Bye-bye. Like,
no, I don't think so.
All right. Now, what can you tell us about... she's doing a bit better, but not much. She's still on a vent, right?
Yeah, they're just waiting on her. That's it. It's all up to her. It's her body.
No. Listen, you're getting it. Listen, this is what you guys wanted for over 2 fucking years, and now he finally had enough.
No, 3:30.
3:30. So, yeah, I always thought it was 2:30 that you had to be home, kid.
There it is right there.
Well, yet again, I'm also going off of half-baked bullshit, too.
Yeah, it was 3:30 because my probation officer had to come check the house and drug test me. Did they?
He's 17.
Did they?
No, see, even his daddy knew that timeline.
Right, his dad. See, that's where his dad called him out for it. He's like, I always thought it was 2:30, but then he's like, it's half-baked bullshit. Like he's saying it like he just heard it from the internet, though. But didn't he hear it from Hunter's mouth?
That's it. It came from his own son, so it can't be half-baked bullshit. Because I'll tell you why, and I said it earlier, because his sister said 2:00. So there would have been talk within the house like, hey, bro, you've been over here on the internet saying 2:30, and I'm over here saying 2:00. It's not like they don't know there's a confliction even in the two siblings' times. They know there is. Think about it logically. They done talked about this shit. His mom that came on and said, okay, stop talking on the internet. You said 2:30. True's saying 2:00. Y'all are all fucked up with the time. Now he's saying 3:30. So it's not as if that didn't go undiscussed. That absolutely, the 2:30 time difference between her 2:00 and his 2:30, that was absolutely discussed in that house. But now it's to 3:30. And it's been ironed out even in Pandrew's mind. He's got it ironed out. It's always been 2:30. So, but then he's gonna say, oh, it's half-cocked shit. Like try to blame it on the internet. Like the internet made it 2:30, not his own son. This strange. You can't make this up.
See, I have the interview with him and Chris McDonough pulled up already back here.
There you go.
And it sounds like it's a lot different than what he's claiming.
It's completely different.
Then again, there's a couple years difference too. So usually when you tell a lie, it's hard to remember. And
that's where I'm at, Queen, because I believe if it was the truth, he'd remember it. Right?
It would be in there like, you know, stuff.
How many times he been around his homeboys and the big homie and said, man, look, I'm all over the internet. Look at me on this internet. You mean to tell me he never watched his own interview ever? Not one time. Because I can tell you what he said most of the way through it right now here, sitting right here, but he can't. So that's either, it's not a whole bunch of things, but it's not good. None of the reasons why it's this way are good. And you're right. I think it leans more towards the fact that he's been deceitful in what he told Chris. He doesn't remember what he told them.
Right. He had talked to the police. He had you know what I'm saying? The feds, the police, and then Chris. But you know what I'm saying? I think his story had changed a little bit each time, and it didn't matter if he lied to Chris or not because he's not the police. It is what it is.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
Correct.
So when he come on here, he just was like, okay, all I can say is 3:30 because that just cuts out all of it. You know what I mean?
All of it. Like it's not open. It's not even open for discussion. Right. And now you see that with Andrew, it's closed for discussion. There'll be no more talk about Andrew or about Hunter. Period.
That's it.
Not in the.
All I can speak on is till 3. I was there till 3:30. That's it. That's all. That's all I can say.
Well, say, homie, that's 90 minutes now. There's 90 minutes discrepancy in that whole. When did you get home? You and your sister, and now this extra hour you need. What do you need this extra hour for? Now, maybe the boy just, isn't good with time. That's what he said in the first one. I'm not good with time. Maybe he's just not good with time. But I doubt it because he's reaffirmed it right here. Like, no, it was 3:30. Yeah, like he remembers. His probation officer was coming. Doesn't remember that he said that he had a doctor's appointment before. I mean, maybe even that's a subtle difference. Maybe he had to go and pee, and he's thinking about it as a doctor's appointment. He's got to go to the doctor and pee for his probation. Whatever it is. You know, maybe he's going to an urgent clinic. I don't know how they got it set up. But the boy is saying very big things that are different. I digress.
Right. It's a lot different. Here we go.
Yeah.
I'm about to be 8.
But they want to know if Candace and Don ever abused the children.
We were over there. I've never seen it. When we were over there, most of the time I've never seen them hit them. They put them in the corner, take away their electronics. That's not abuse. That's just regular grounding.
All right.
Now, Queen,
what do you know? What do you know?
I want to make a comment right quick because when Lawson said everyone's a suspect and everything's on the table, he's not cutting the cloth for you, right? Because he's not cutting the cloth of what makes a suspect here on YouTube or what types of suspects there are. There are 2 types of suspects, Queen. There are the 3 suspects who took a polygraph, at least one, and passed them. Then you have the rest of the people who are auxiliary components like Jody Sue, Andy B, Hunter, Allie, all these other peripheral people that could be lumped in too, who been questioned by big fish, feds, TBI, whatever, and everyone suggests more than one. Well, what you have is you have a spectrum in the cloth. You've got people like Jody Sue and the rest of them who not been polygraphed. And then you have the Wells and Hare who have been polygraphed and who have passed. Now, it's not admissible in the court of law. It's an investigative tool. So we're in the investigative phase. And you're seeing that the Wells not been locked up. Because a lot of times, if you pass a polygraph inside of an offense or a complaint, they're going to look somewhere else. That's what it's used for. And the state of Tennessee clearly believes in the technology of the lie detector because they administered at least 1 apiece. And we hear that Candace got even 2. So Dr. Phil said they passed a polygraph. Ronnie Lawson told Brian Enton they passed a polygraph. So that polygraph does mean something in the investigative phase. I digress.
Yeah, I thought Candace failed her first one though, it
was inconclusive.
Inconclusive, okay.
Yeah.
Which, like I said, I mean, her daughter had just, I'm sure she probably was stressed the fuck out. I mean, I can't say I wouldn't be too,
Well, when you look up, like go deep into, which I did, into the polygraph examiner forums and different things, they typically, the polygraph examiner in that community, they a lot of times will look at an inconclusive like a lack of preparedness in the questions or the equipment, because that joker is supposed to tell you one way or another, right? That's the way they view it, as a fail on the examiner in that community if you get an inconclusive result, because it's pretty cut and dry, the science, in terms of getting one or not. If you get that gray area, that's how they look at it. And a lot of times they're more geared towards the questioning wasn't on par, and that's why the test came back inconclusive. But there are medical reasons and anxiety, and that's what we heard with Candace was that, well, you have to also remember that one of the responding officers was told to go get a bottle of vodka for Candace. So when she comes in, she's either under the influence or had been under the influence right leading up to the test. I don't know how much sleep, any sleep, what she ate. So there were reasons for the first one to be kind of wonky, in my opinion. I'm not an examiner or a certified interpreter of the tests. However, that's what you've been led to believe, was that the anxieties were too high and they just said, come back on Monday. She came back on the Monday and retested and passed.
I don't know. I can't hold it against her, man, with the shit she went through and everything that went on. You know what I mean? That shit.
No, I mean, I can't either. It's not as if she got a fail and then they came back. They got an inconclusive, which is like, we need to try again, right?
Yeah, because I mean, fuck. I can't. I mean, I don't know. I can't speak on what the fuck I would do or how I would react if something like that happened to me. You know,
Right.
and I try not to. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
I don't know. Here we go.
Any of the surrounding people around their house.
Their house. All I know is that there was what's it called? Some dude named Andy. That's all I know.
All right.
He worked at a mechanic shop and he sold weed. That's all I know.
All right. All right.
He just told right there. He just told on a drug dealer.
No, he has no clue where they.
Did he not, Queen?
Yeah, I was gonna say, and is Andy Jody Sue's husband or ex-husband, or is that the?
There you go.
He's talking about.
Yep, it's widely known that Allie used to visit.
I mean, I don't give a fuck about no weed, anyways. I mean, nobody does. I don't think anybody.
But what's interesting is
but why would he sit there and tell like that? If he's, I mean, you so thuggish, you fucking.
That's it. But what he's also doing is he's telling you that he can identify Andy by 3 things: by name, by 2 trades. He says, yeah, he sells weed. His name is Andy. He sells weed, and he works at a mechanic shop. He done just pointed this man out. He knows who Andy is.
Bam, yeah.
Yeah. So it's not as if he's getting him confused, right? There doesn't seem to be any confusion right there. He's told you, I know this man 3 different ways by 3 different descriptors. He was the man on the hill touching kids, allegedly. There's no mistake in that. He's very cut and dry about it, right? There's not a lot of room for him to have made a mistake in Andrew or Andy, or if it was Billy. No, he said it's Andy. He sells weed. He works at a tire shop or a mechanic shop. He was up there. That's what he's saying. I digress.
See, and I think he hung out with Jody Sue and Andy's son when he was over there too, because he used to go over there and hang out with the boys, didn't he?
I mean, his mom used to buy weed from Andy, so it makes sense that if they're gonna come over, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
They might bring the kids.
Over Candace and Don's.
Yeah, they smoke a joint, hang out, let the kids play around and talk and do whatever.
Allie, that's why I can see him smoking, a couple blunts or joints or whatever. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. It doesn't sound crazy.
No,
right?
It don't. It sounds like because for real, I'm dead ass serious. It sounds like they all just kind of hung out a little bit. And
I mean, think about the dynamic. If the dude is bringing Allie to his place of work, this dude is bringing Allie to his job so she could pick up weed. So it stands to reason the people at the business, they're cool with him selling weed. So he would bring them to the house too. Right? If he's at the house and she needs some, well then shit, she's just gonna have to come to the house. But if he knows ahead of time, he'll bring some, or maybe he always brings some and just has people come up there and buy it at the job. Whatever it is. But he's telling out a whole bunch of shit right here, but telling you also, you know what I'm saying? Like straightforward, if you can sleuth it that way, he's telling you, I can identify this man 3 different ways, and he was up here touching kids. That's what they said. But then Don says, no, I don't know about none of that. That's all you know.
Right, because Don's an adult and he knows not. I mean,
exactly.
But you got, a younger kid like this that just, runs off the mouth because obviously, he's not been taught not to. You know what I mean? No, the streets got him just a little bit too late, because now he thinks he's not telling, but he is telling, right? Because it's not legal in Tennessee, so it is still a drug. They're gonna that's the whole reason JSB and Andy had all the trouble with the law before, because they came and raided them, and they was growing the shit. She had some pills or a pill or whatever. And if he pees dirty on probation, they're gonna lock you up. It still is a drug there. Now where Andrew's at in New York, it's recreational, so it isn't a drug there necessarily in that respect. But this is a huge mess. This is a crazy mess for him legally. Yeah, for him to do this shit just blew the hell out of me.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, here we go.
Yes, ma'am.
Where they went at the he already stated this. He was home dealing with his own shit. He looks grown. Shit.
Yeah, it's just you gotta mature at a young age when your mom's not doing well.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
yeah,
I've been telling.
I don't know if they know the situation about her aneurysms. Like 5 years ago, she had 4 in her head, 2 popped. She wasn't supposed to make it then, but God gave her a second chance.
I don't talk about all that, bro. Question: was Candace on the phone with anybody else other than Don that day?
Some dude.
Huh?
She was on the phone with Don with some dude.
So
that I guess was just some random dude was walking.
I feel like that was a backhanded way of saying fuck you to his dad when he's like, yeah, when your mom has aneurysms and she's in the hospital, you know, you got to grow up fast. And he was like, you know, when your dad ain't around, when you ain't got a fucking man, you know, you ain't got a dad in your life.
That's right. And,
you know what I'm saying? He's like, I didn't even tell him all that. I wasn't even going to say that.
Right. And I think a portion of that might be something weird to do with the photo that was circulating around of Allison in the hospital, because in my opinion, the quality of the photo was far too low. I mean, I don't know. Like the photo just looked like it was from something previous, right? But it was being used. This is my opinion only. It could have been an older photo, and that he didn't really want to bring attention to the fact that she had issues in the past where she may have been hospitalized and pictures could have been taken. Like, I think that this thing, it's a lot deeper even than just what you're looking at, right? I mean, it's like somebody with a brand new truck online grifting for fancier tires. Like, it's weird. Like, you got a gang and you got all these people, but you on here with your daddy grifting for $50 at a time. I don't understand it. I digress.
Walking around her house.
All right, so some random fuck stick that was hanging around the property.
Yeah, he was just letting her know that he kicked her off. They kicked him off the property.
All right.
Now, what's interesting and what you got to kind of catch right there was that she was on the phone with some dude. He's already made Andy the weirdo that's trying to touch the kids. So there's another dude who's not Don. They keep trying to put Don at home with the boys because, well, if they ran somebody off the property, it had to have been Don, right? Because Don called and said, hey, what he said before, Don called and said, hey, you ran somebody off who's trying to touch the kids. But now he's saying it's some other dude that said he ran somebody off the property who was trying to touch the kids, who's not Don. So if Don was there at work, at home that day, Don would have ran the kids off the guy off that was trying to touch the kids himself. But now he's saying it's somebody different. That's what he's saying in his words. She was on the phone with some guy, not Donald. He knows who Donald is, but that's not who he's saying he's on the phone with. He's on the phone with a completely some guy. Well, who's the some guy now? I digress.
Oh, you talking about Benny Skisball? I didn't even tell him that. Was that the Andy that texted it's done also was on the property touching children?
Yeah.
There you go. That completes the circle.
I don't know about touching kids on the property. I've never seen it.
But you know about that text, right?
Yeah. So Don was home and he called Ken.
That's all a mess right there, isn't it?
That's a big ass mess.
That's a big mess right there.
He did come out and say, I don't know about the touching the kids and stuff.
But he's already made him. That's like twice basically. He made Andy the guy on the hill and then took it away the second time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he's done. And this isn't real hard. Like, I haven't mapped this out. I've just listened to it twice. Right? I mean, and that's as little care as I've given to it, but I know it pretty fluently. So I say that to say that why hasn't either two of them remembered what he said in the first interview any better? And why we giving the boy a platform to come here and prove himself a liar? That's not helpful for him, especially when he's threatening people on the internet that are making him liars, he's just walking himself into getting into some trouble.
Yeah, man. All right. Ready to roll?
Yes, ma'am.
About the man walking around the house. These are coming in too fast. I can't read them.
These need to get slowed down a little more. I'm even missing some shit.
Oh no, Pandies. Who's Pandies? You're not silenced. What did you have to say? I didn't see it.
She has no questions. She has no questions for you. She's just happy to see your face.
Oh well, thank you.
I don't have a wish list for him right now.
No, I got food and the stuff for the family.
Thank you.
And that dude was talking.
Okay, Chronicle said here, she's got a question. My question is, why does everyone discount this part so quickly? What if there was a guy up there messing with kids that day? What if there was a call from Don about it?
I mean, I believe that there very well could be. I think that it's very feasible that the person who he says ran them off also called Don and said, hey, I just ran somebody off your property trying to touch your kids. And then he also might call Candace and say, hey, there was somebody up there, and she's like, yeah, I already know. Like, you see how it could all work in a chain where the three of them are in some sort of communication about it. Because he says earlier in the first one that Don calls and said he ran somebody off the property who was trying to touch kids. Well, this is different now. So, but you got to try to make sense how that could be that way. And I agree. I'm not discounting it, just pointing out the fact that it's way different.
Yeah, she said it gets discounted pretty fast. So you know what I mean?
The only person that I don't want brought up is my little sister, my older sister, and her boyfriend. They have nothing at all to do with nothing.
Oh, I know.
So people need to keep, because one thing I do not play with that you taught me is family. I don't play with that. That's what makes me so mad.
What's the rules, man?
Wait, what? One thing he taught him was family?
Yeah. Yeah. So what they don't want to have happen is for people to dig into their life like Andrew and Hunter have dug into the Wells life. They don't want that. They just want to be able to do that. And I understand, the difference between reality and what you want, when that happens. But it's just the strangest dynamic, right? Like I'm really, again, Queen, I'm stuck on the fact that neither one of them seem to revert back to the first interview and say, hey, boy, let's spend some quality time going over your first interview before we bring you online and make you look like a complete liar.
All right.
Right? There's none of that. Absolutely zero of that. And I don't know why, like, that preparedness, that's just too much like right. I digress. Oh, Queen, are you on a Windows?
I was gonna say I don't have this exact one, but let me see here. I don't know what the timestamp is, but this is.
I can show you. It's a trick. I can show you if you go to the transcript. If you go to the transcript, and then just click on any comment or any sentence in the transcript, and press Control F.
Where's this at here?
Yeah, go to the transcript.
I don't know where it's at on this. Where is it down here?
Yeah, it's gonna be way at the bottom.
Oh, right here. Here we go.
Yep. Hit the transcript. Now just highlight one. Okay, now press Control F. Now, do you see the little window that pops down up above your there's gonna be a little window that pops down by the browser.
Yep.
Did it pop up?
Yep, it's there. Sorry, my dog was barking.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. So just in that little space bar, click whatever word you want to search, and it's going to search through that whole transcript and highlight it for you and show you where it's at. It's an easy way to search the transcripts. Like, it makes searching through these videos,
nice.
Right?
Fuck yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's a little cheat code.
Right. So what? Okay. So on this one, where would he? What was he? When was he talking about this with her? Do you know?
You just have to search a word around it. Like, for instance, if you put in bathing suit,
Okay.
Like if you put in bathing suit, it'll pop up where he's talking about what she was wearing, and you're gonna be able to hear everything he said that she was wearing, and then remember 5 minutes ago, he said, "Oh, I don't remember what she was wearing, man." He just avoided the question. Like that's how easy it is. So whatever word was around what you want to search, just put that word in that bar up there, and it's gonna highlight it and show you all. There you go. Look. So just whatever, whatever word was around that. I'm not sure what words were around that, but you can find them fast.
Perfect. Okay, cool. Well, now I know how to do that. That's what's up.
Yeah.
That's what's up. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, anyways, once we get done with this, we can pop over to that. But that's pretty much like the interview that he did with Chris. So be like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right. Look at
Mhm.
Benny teaching me some tricks, man. What the hell? I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, here we go.
Fuck around, find out. Play with my family.
Oh, okay. Well, you just fucked around. You about to find out.
Chris wants to know if when you see your mom again.
Look, he just fucked around. He's about to find out, huh?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, this interview, he's gonna find out. This is terrible. This was a terrible idea.
If you'll give her some love for her.
Oh yeah, I always give her love. It's just hard to see her like that. Yeah.
Yes,
Summer
yes, he did say that the boys were with Don that day.
With Summer sleep when the whoa, hold on.
He said you did say the boys were Don that day. I thought they was at home by themselves that day.
There you go. This is a nightmare.
What the fuck?
Unless Don was there and he didn't want to run somebody off his own property that was allegedly touching on them kids, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got to make that make sense. Now, if the abduction theory is actually true, well, then guess what? There actually was someone there that was touching kids because they had to touch them to take her away. So no, I don't discount that at all. It just, you also have to factor in what Sheriff Lawson said, that there's not evidence of anything. Abduction, her wandering away, none of that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, I've changed my mind so many different times about that.
Yeah,
they want to know what Summer asleep when you got dropped off.
Yeah.
All right.
Hunter, why did your grandma say you were distraught and rocking back and forth at the camera swimming? Y'all ever get like quakes from like drinking too much?
Oh,
that's
so
what
you
it is.
You had the shakes from drink.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Right there. So he confirmed he was shaking and rocking back and forth.
From 1T.
No, that ain't from 1T.
No.
But he did confirm he was rocking and shaking back and forth, which obviously is like, you know what I'm saying, anxiety, stress, you know?
Yep. And then at the end, it's almost
panicking.
It's almost like he just accepts his dad's version of it. Like, yeah, it was that.
Yeah, because he just fills in for him. You know what I mean?
Yep.
He speaks for him. Yeah, he dances around that shit. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't remember. That's because you don't drink, kid. And that's a good thing.
Yeah, I don't really do like that. I don't drink no more. People try to have me like, nope.
People are also wondering, what do you think happened to Summer?
To be honest, what I think is, like they said, there was some dude walking around the property. I think that she went off wandering and just got snatched up.
First of all, look at his face. I wish I could zoom in on it. But second of all, I don't believe that as far as at all. Supposedly some dude's just out there walking around and she just happens to get out the car and walk around and get snatched up out there. He's been out there. He knows the terrain. He knows what it looks like out there.
Absolutely. And you would have what would basically, Queen, equate to a very motivated suspect. You know, theoretically, because what you have is a suspect. If you're trying to assume one of two things, is there two people that have accidentally come on the same day? Like they ran one person off, but he's not the one that came back and took her, right? So that's kind of the way that I measure it, is like it's easier for me to make sense that it was one person. If the person trying to touch on the kids earlier in the afternoon, that has to probably be the person that came back and took her. It's not a whole separate person that's came trolling through there and said, oh, wow, there's a little girl, let me take her. Like, what would be the odds of there being two people right there on the same day within hours that aren't affiliated with one another, that are trying to touch on and take kids? Like that, what are the odds of that? So I feel like if there was a person that was trying to touch on the kids earlier in the afternoon, and that's a viable theory, that it would have to be the same person that took her later in the afternoon.
All right.
That's my opinion. There's not two different abductors, because that's essentially what.
Sorry, go ahead.
No. But I mean, that's what the palette would paint, right? The palette would paint that there'd be potentially two different kidnappers that don't have anything to do with each other, right? Now, if the person earlier trying to touch the kids is actually viable, it makes more sense that that's the person that comes later on and actually takes her from the property.
Well, they did. Well, I mean, I don't really know, but the press release stated they had no evidence of kidnapping or foul play. So, but within the same sentence, they said nothing was off the table. Excuse me.
Hunter, knowing the whales and what you saw, I know you were young. On the case, I mean, I feel like there can be done more. That's it.
Good point.
Listen, this was all him. Hang on, Hunter. Do you feel that Summer may have accidentally gotten into Graham's medication that day? Summer was asleep.
So he answered for him. He said Summer's asleep.
Yeah.
I don't like the way he just answers these fucking questions. You know what I mean?
It's like it's almost like he's conveying that he'd rather be somewhere else. That's sort of the feeling I get. And I get it. The boy's been questioned, and, from probably that day forward so many times, he's tired of it. I get it. But you're on a public platform doing this. And what you're doing,
this opens a whole new can of worms. There's a lot of people that are going to want to question you now. I mean, there's a lot of people, they're going to break down every single word you're doing, every single thing you say. Just like, just shit, kind of like I am. I'm kind of in shock that this even happened. Honestly, I'm still in shock.
But when you think about how it probably actually is, Queen, probably how it actually is that his story's been different every single time he's been questioned. I mean, I think it might be actually probably pretty hard to get a baseline from him. And again, you have this dynamic that you cannot forget about, and that is his phone. I mean, at the very least, the detective would want to give it, set up a time to give it back to him, so that they would, maybe question him again one more time, or, shoot the shit with him, or see what he's got going on, or ask him anything. But Chris kind of laid out a template for what he thinks happens, and it seems viable. And that's that they would have questioned him once, took his phone, went, extracted everything, and then the two follow-ups before Chris got involved, because there were 3 interviews before Chris interviewed him, 3 formals. So they used what was on the phone for the other 2 interviews, because there's many other people that have talked about being interviewed only one time. So Chris's ideal is that something on the phone led to at least 2 that we know of, or up until Chris knew, that the 2 follow-ups probably had something to do with what was on his phone. That's not my opinion. That's Chris's opinion.
Right.
Yeah.
Chronicle says, at Benny Keys, I think the boys called Don Said, Dad, there's a creepy guy up here on the hill in the yard. And Don called Candace. The person backed off, but waited.
It very well could be. But I mean, you also got to, I've asked this question, like they say there's no evidence of an abduction. Well, there's hopefully in any clean crime, I mean, kind of the outcome is for the crime to happen and there be no evidence. So it's sort of loaded when you say there's no evidence of an abduction. Well, hopefully a clean abduction, there isn't any evidence. And that's not my wish. That's what, I mean, people would stop kidnapping if every time you kidnapped when there was just no way you could kidnap and not leave any evidence. Would be no more kidnappings. So, you know, a clean abduction has no telltale signs. I think that's misleading.
Well, and also check this out. I just, did your little trick there and typed in Burger King and it didn't pop up anywhere. Not at all.
It may not be. Are you on one of the clips TM has put up? Or are you on the whole thing?
No, I'm on the Chris McDonough interview that he did with him, and Burger King doesn't pop up anywhere.
In the first initial one, you mean, right?
Yeah.
No, that's a whole separate thing.
It's uncut interview with Allison Hunter, Leslie, great grandma Summer Wells case, the interview room.
Right now, so when you try to iron in that complication, right, because there'd be a whole new cascade of questions Sleuther would ask themselves when hearing this new Burger King contention, right? So when you look at Warrior's Path, or you just kind of logistically, geographically know where things are at in that area, like it's on the other side, like it's a ways away from the hippie house and the Sonic, which are bunched in pretty close at sort of the mouth of going into the state park, sort of right out of the state park. There's a little strip of things. That Burger King is way across. Now, how far, I'm not entirely sure, but there's a lot of real estate between where the Burger King is. So did they come in going to Burger King first, go to the park? Like it changes up what could have happened in your mind, if you believe it's true. Right? When did they go to the Sonic, the hippie house, get drinks? I mean, they did all these different stops. So where does the Burger King all of a sudden fit into it? Because we also know there was two contentions of the child eating in the morning. Grandma says she ate tuna casserole that she made, and Candace says she ate hot dogs. Well, now you also hearing that she ate some fries too. So where does that fit in? Right? I digress. Oh, did we lose the queen? She might have fell off. Let me see if I can see the comments. Tuna in the morning, yes. Roses, yes, ma'am. Yeah, Miss Lena, they know. Independent thinker. I'm definitely not gonna hop off of here. Yes, ma'am, Miss Mystery. So no, I think that there's a lot of issues with this new evidence, and again, the way that it's been the way he's sort of prefaced it is that what he said on his dad's channel is what he told the police. Is sort of loosely made that reference. So you're to think that he's told this version of it 1 to 3 times to the feds by Chris's contention. And with what he told Chris being completely different than this stuff, that he's lied to Chris. Right. So also gives you a good idea of why he can't remember what he even said to Chris. So he's just adhering to this story being what he told the police. New evidence. I don't know if it's new evidence or not. Hopefully it's not, right? I don't hope this is new evidence. I hope that this is stuff they already know and that they're aware that what he told Chris is different than all of this. That's what I hope. My in the truest sense, like that's my hope. No, I don't think there's none of this stuff. I hope is new evidence. At least that's what he's alluding to, right? With making a comment that this is the story he told them. That everything that sort of closes it off, like Hunter's already told the police everything he's saying right now. How you doing, Dynamite? I mean, because sometimes you have to break it down really simple. And sometimes you got to do it 2 or 3 times while you explaining it, because it's going to be somebody out there that doesn't get it. Whether it's, a sort of oppositional defiance, which we know that's a huge thing here. Don't have an ego clash with somebody here and then get to be the voice of reason and watch the people that you can watch who suffers from the oppositional defiance by what they're willing to jump behind because they don't like who's on the opposing side. It's crazy, man. Thank you. Don't Dak. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah, I know that she's pretty fluent in the true crime. I know Queen B is a real. She's a force. She's sort of a cornerstone in the true crime community. She gets a lot of awareness. So I think it'd be many people that would feel blessed to have a conversation with Queen B. It's not like having a conversation with somebody that don't know anything. That's the thing. What's insane? I'm over here or what Andrew's done. Queen is fair. I think she probably is. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, I try to be. Tiff, you up here? Tiffany, you up here?
Hey, yeah.
Okay,
Hi.
my internet's acting up on me. That's why I just started. It just went all weird on me and shit. It just like shut off, and I was like, "What the hell's going on?" So, give me just a second while y'all chit chat for a minute. Let me get this fixed. Okay, hold on.
Thank you.
Hey, Vinny.
Hey, how you doing, TM?
Good. I haven't heard anything because I've been uploading all those clips for Queen, so I've literally missed everything on the. You guys have talked about. Will you tell me what you guys have gone over? If you can, I know it's like so much. You've been up here for 2 hours, but
we've gotten through. We're basically to the point where somebody help me out. Because we've jumped around because I know that the clips necessarily weren't in chronological order. Like some of the things.
Yeah, so they were.
They were. Okay.
Well, yeah, so most of them were in chronological order, except for the last 3.
Thank you, Miss Audrey. Then I think that we've gotten through. We're to the right around the aneurysm part. I remember that.
Okay.
Right around the aneurysm part where he's, where Andrew's like, no, we haven't talked about that here.
All right.
Right around in there.
Okay. Cool. Hey, everybody in chat.
Did Queen knock herself down again?
I think she said that she was going to make sure everything was fixed. And
Burger King. Yeah, we're to the Burger King. Thank you, Ellie.
She said she's going to get everything fixed and she'll be right back.
What do you think about the Burger King? Do you think it presents new problems?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, sure, there's a chance it could cause problems, but what if it means something really important, right? It could be, it could be a lie and it might not be true. I don't know what's true and what's not, but what if it means everything, right? Yeah. Hey, Pecan, how are you? Happy New Year to you also.
Dog just wandered off the property. I'm off the property.
So what is like the general consensus on what you guys have?
I'm not quite sure because I was really in tune to the conversation, and so I wasn't really looking at the discussion too much. But I think probably, thank you, Mystery. Substantially, I think that everyone is sort of in agreement that this is probably a mess and problematic.
Oh, yeah.
But I think I want to say, and correct me if I'm wrong, I want to say that the optimist in people, we want to believe, like you and I talked privately, we want to believe that all of this stuff has already been reported, just like he says, right?
Sure.
This is the story I told them. Well, then this story that you've told them that's different than what you told Chris, I want to believe that they already know everything. And that's kind of where my hope is at. And that this is
earlier, like kind of made me think a little bit. It's very interesting because we heard Hunter on Chris McDonough's, right? So I am wondering, and this is what we'll never know, but how things have changed from Hunter's initial statements to law enforcement, right? Because we never will probably ever get to hear that. So I wonder if it ever changed from the interrogation with law enforcement to the interview with Chris, from the interview with Chris to the interview with Hunter's father, and then how it may have changed from the statements that he gave to law enforcement compared to what he said to his dad, right? So those are, that's what I've been kind of stewing about today, just thinking in my head.
I have too, because Chris said that there was 3 interviews before he got a hold to him.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? So,
and I wonder what the differences are there, or if there are any, or what if Burger King was mentioned to law enforcement and we just don't know that, and then it was left out in Chris McDonough's. Do you know what I mean? It would be so interesting to know.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it really would be.
Because it doesn't really, obviously it matters what Hunter had said in Chris McDonough's interview, right, with Hunter. But what matters most, and in the actual case, is what Hunter has said to law enforcement from the beginning. You know what I mean? Now, factoring in what he said to Chris, they take everything into consideration. They're not going to bypass anything he's said, in my opinion. But
yeah, I agree.
It's
and I agree.
I'm thinking in my head, like 3 interviews. I can't imagine what those sounded like. And then compared to these.
Simply because Chris said that, in his opinion, what he felt like probably happened is that they grabbed up his phone, took it back, extracted it, and that the 2 follow-ups probably had to do with the content that was on the phone. Which, understanding that outside of him saying that he's never been a formal suspect on paper, just through the press, and I don't know what press would suggest other than them, because there's been no direct names or links of anyone in the press. They just say everyone because they're just reporting what Lawson says, right? So and he also went on, and I don't know if we heard that or not, but he goes on to say that essentially, correct me if I'm wrong, Tiffany, that he's labeled by the press in press that nobody heard.
Yeah, so that was one of the very last ones that I just uploaded and sent to Queen Bee. Was he said that there were words added by the press that no one knows about, and I can't for the life of me understand what he means by that. But I noticed in watching Jody Sue last night, she was nodding her head yes, as if she completely, I think you were with me when we watched that. She was nodding her head yes, as she was listening to that very statement, as if she understood what it meant. But I have no idea what he means by that. Press, I believe it was, I want to say the exact, let me see if I can find, because I know in the clip I sent to Queen, it's right in the title. Let me see. So it says right here, Hunter says never on the suspect list, that it was just the press putting in words no one knew about.
Right. No one knew about.
So what does that mean? Because the press...
That comment makes it seem like he feels like he was named specifically by the press.
Yeah, But
where would the
what
press
are
get
the
this from?
words that he's speaking of? Like words that
Yeah.
no one knows about is what's got me stumped.
And why, like, why don't we know about it? Why don't we know about it? Because everyone is picked through, like a vulture, picked through all of these different things that come up about Summer on WJHL or any of those news stations around there. People pick it apart, and there's nowhere that we know of that anyone said that. So something referenced in one of the articles or exposés makes him feel like they've targeted him as a suspect formally, right? However, where would that have come from? They don't even utilize the milk jug situation. So what, you know what I'm saying? That would, if that was done, if he's telling the truth, my contention, my point of all this, the only way that could happen is if the police told the news something, and that the news then published that. They're not going to take just some random Joe off the street saying, hey, yeah, no, Hunter's a suspect, put that in the news, and then they're going to do it. They got to verify it some kind of way.
Right.
So it's going to have to come from a source. I think Queen is back. I hear the music.
So Pecan Pie said, which was a really, you know what, Pecan Pie, that's a really great question right here. She says, TM, did he say they went to Burger King or that the child just liked Burger King fries? I actually have not viewed this interview yet. Well, at first, when Hunter had answered the question of what Summer ate that day, it did almost sound like, so the question was, what did she eat that day? But his answer at first sounded like Summer just liked fries from Burger King, but he did speak about it twice. So there's two clips that I recorded where he definitely did say they went to Burger King. So there's no doubt in my mind. He absolutely said that Summer ate Burger King fries, but the first time he spoke on it, it did kind of give the effect that she liked Burger King fries. The second time he discussed it, it was an absolute, like an absolute. So, but he did say Sonic and Burger King. She really liked Burger King fries or something along those lines. And then about maybe like 40 seconds later, he said that she ate Burger King fries. So, and Queen has literally like 20 clips over here in her DMs, like all of this stuff I sent to her. I took it all out of my, I had played it all.
I have all of it. I opened it up and started to play. I started to play one of the, my whole fucking internet just shut off and shut down because of the storm.
James, do you want me to share anything? Because I can share my screen for you.
Are you around your laptop? Yeah, that would be perfect right now. My whole fucking
okay.
Just shut down.
I can do that.
I was like, this stuff, damn it.
Forgetting the storm.
We already had
a
one.
Storm.
So we got like, yeah, we had one, and we got like 7 inches of snow here. So the power lines are like froze, like the.
Oh wow.
Stuff. So anyway,
the snow totally skipped us. We only got rain.
We have cars wrecked on the highways and shit, and it.
Oh no.
We're supposed to have more snow tomorrow, but because of that, like because of everything going on, it just keeps going in and out. So I was good.
No worries, I got you. I can share my screen. So what is the last clip you did play?
I was going through Andrew's stream, and we got to like right where he was talking about.
Do you want me to pull up his?
You can, or the clips, either one, whatever works. I mean, that's what we were just going through those until I got all the clips in, and then when I did, my internet shut off. So either one works. Whatever.
Do you want to pull up the Burger King one, since we were just talking about that? And Pecan Pie had asked in the chat, you want me to pull up the Burger King clips real quick? Yeah. Or did you already go over those? Because I don't know what you guys have gone over yet.
Well, I just, like I said, played Andrew straight through. I just kind of stopped it as we were going. You know what I mean? But yeah, you can play that with the Burger King clip. That's fine.
Okay,
That's what we're talking about anyways. And the only reason I got the music playing in the background is so he didn't strike me.
Yeah.
Because I was looking up Burger King when you came in. I was looking up Burger King. BK taught me how to do this fucking where you look things up on there.
Yeah.
As soon as he taught me how to do that, I'm like, okay. And I started typing shit in. I was typing in like 15 different things. I typed in Burger King and it wouldn't pull up on Chris McDonough's original interview with him. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. No, because I don't think it was ever mentioned. All right, Queen. I have my. There it is. Got it. I have my screen there so you can share it. I see all my girls. Hey. Hey, Dana.
All right, baby. Should be up. Should be off. Turned to open. You know what I mean? So you can put it on. Put it up. Is it ready?
It's right here waiting. Can you see it?
Oh, okay. In the back. Yep. I got it, baby.
Okay.
Bam.
Perfect. So I'll just press play, and if you want me to pause, just tell me. So this one actually has a little bit of, a lot of these are, before I start this, a lot of these have several topics in them because they were reading from the chat. So this speaks about the random guy on the hill also.
I mean, yeah, I know what it is. I know what it is, but I just don't think it happened.
Yeah. I can honestly say your Chris McDonough interview was more scripted, I should say.
Yeah, it was more just like they asked stupid questions. I'm like, what?
Yeah, but I'm saying, I can honestly say by the looks of that video, bro, Graham Bun there was trying to fucking control the whole situation.
I'm just gonna pause it real quick at 30 seconds. I want to make sure that I want to make sure that I pause it at 30 seconds so that you don't run into any problems with striking and such.
Nobody was home. Who saw the guy walking? I don't know.
Queen, is there an echo if I'm not muted?
No, I'm not hearing it, but I'm on my phone, so I don't hear it. You know what I mean? It's
chat.
Well, hold on. Scripted and asking questions, asking stupid questions is not scripted. Scripted is like that's a whole different.
Yeah.
Agreed.
No, I don't hear echo.
All right, cool. I just wanted to make sure.
Who saw the guy walking? I don't know.
Let me just go back because I
Dude
think
said he was home
a little bit.
when nobody was home. Who saw the guy walking? I don't know. The dude said he was home.
That's what you just said. But that's what you just said, though. You said that Donnie was home.
No, I'm saying he said who saw the dude walking around when nobody was home. If nobody was home, how did you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I'm saying.
He already said it was some other dude.
Say what, Ben?
So I mean, he was saying that somebody was on the phone with Candace, some dude saying he ran somebody off the property. He's already said this. Now he's making it that it had to be Don at home. He just already said some other dude is the one that called Candace and told him.
Yeah.
So,
he actually said that the guy was on the phone with Don and Candace, which I thought was so bizarre.
Yeah.
As if they were all three on the phone together. I don't know if that was a slip up or how that came to be.
Donnie got a hold of Candace while he was walking around, right?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, but why would I lie about something like that? But why he say nobody was home?
Because Donnie's trying to say he was at work that whole time.
I don't think he was.
I just want to pause it real
Wait a
quick.
minute. Wait. So it was confirmed that he was at work, right?
Pass the polygraph.
So it's never been confirmed by law enforcement that Don was at work, so we don't have a verified 100% Don was at work by law enforcement. But there's nothing leading us to believe at all that he wasn't. Then again, I mean, Don could have left for a couple minutes to run out to get materials, or you know what I mean? Like, who knows what goes on in Don's work day.
Yeah,
So,
but did you just hear what he said? He's like, oh, they said Don was at work that day. He's like, I don't think he was.
Hunter doesn't think he was, but you know, it's Benny and I were talking about this. I think it was yesterday, and shit, I just lost my whole thought. That's been happening a lot the last couple of days because there's like such an information overload.
So much information at one time.
What was it? I was just gonna say it's gonna kill me now. Anyway, never
Well,
mind.
him saying Don's that, you know, we never had confirmation, but I mean, he passed the polygraph like Benny just said. He passed the polygraph.
I know what it was.
Yeah.
We were talking about the time it would take to get from Jonesboro to Beach Creek, about 30, 40 minutes. So say that hypothetically speaking, if Don left work and went home, you've got like 35 minutes, give or take, to get home and then go back to work, factor in making a lunch, doing whatever he was doing, making a phone call to Candace. That's a lot of time, you know what I mean? So probably over an hour and a half at least, maybe even an hour and 40 minutes, truly, if there was all of this stuff going on. You know, the phone call made to Candace, the alleged phone call to Candace, and things like that. So
his boss verified they seen him at work
Yeah.
at some point. People saw him at work
Yeah.
that day.
Right.
So
I
it's not
believe
totally,
Don was
but-
at work all day. I do not believe Don was on 110. I think he was where he says he was, but that's just my opinion. No. Do you want me to press play?
Yeah, that's fine.
So if Donnie was at work, how did he call fucking Candace to tell her some dude was scoping out the property?
Exactly what I'm trying to say. For a few minutes.
Look at that. Even Andrew goes outside to smoke. I digress.
He's like, this shit's getting heavy, dude.
It's heavy. It's heavy. Really heavy.
One or the other, man.
Is so right, Andrew. I don't think this is a good idea.
Listen, it was not my idea. I fought with this man not to do this. This was all him.
Do either of you have a feelings about Andrew saying he fought with Hunter not to go on?
Oh, he did?
Like, isn't he the channel owner? Can't he say, I'm not going live?
He followed him to come on my ass because you wouldn't even hit that fucking live button. You sent him the goddamn link.
That's right. My opinion, too.
Nah. She was not on.
Go to Burger King or Sonic first.
Well, be ready for all the questions from the reach.
So Andrew just said, was it Burger King or Sonic first? I don't believe
he had
Hunter
prior knowledge
ever
of it.
answers that question. Sorry, Benny.
I'm sorry.
Andrew says, was it Burger King or Sonic first? I don't believe Hunter ever answers that. He does talk about Burger King, but that was a good question, and Hunter, I think, missed it.
Has he spoke about Burger King before this?
Never that I've ever heard.
So, I mean, like earlier in this conversation, have they spoke on Hunter? Because my question is that would constitute Andrew knowing there was a Burger King stop before everyone else did. He already knew there was a Burger King stop.
This is actually, so this is the second. I just grabbed it and clicked on it from my messages of Queen. So thank you for saying that, Benny, because this is the second time in this stream. Okay. Yeah. So this is the second time in this stream that he spoke of Burger King. So he did know because Hunter spoke about it about 40 minutes before.
Okay. Perfect.
Okay.
Ken.
Here, let me, I'll rewind it back just a couple seconds.
So,
from the retards.
Well, listen, he's giving up what he can. So, calm yourself.
So if you hear the person in the background, you guys, the man in the background is actually mocking the case in general. like, you know, about summer, blah, blah, blah. And he actually says to get the F over it. Whoever's in the background at Andrew's house is.
That's his brother. I don't want to say his name, but that's his brother.
Oh, it is? Because I thought it
Yeah.
was his wife's brother.
No, that's his brother.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Benny.
Yo, listen.
Fuck over it.
Boyle.
Yeah.
Did you guys
Yes.
go to Burger King that day?
Yeah, she got some food from Burger King. She always gets food. She gets fries. She loves fries.
Right there.
Yep.
Did you guys go to Burger King that day? Yes. She always gets fries. She loves fries.
And I don't know, was he directly, because the question was, did they go to Burger King first?
He didn't answer. He was
But he said
turned
yes,
in the other
she loved them.
direction. So I don't know if he didn't, maybe he didn't hear it, but, and he was a little bit low. I actually missed that the first time. I just heard it this time though. I don't hear. Let's see if, so it was right about here. See how he's turned to the side? I'm not sure he even heard Andrew in all fairness, but hold on. Let's back it up. We'll play it over one more time.
Let's go to Burger King or Sonic first.
Well, be ready for all the questions.
This man not to do this. This was all him.
Nah. She was not on.
Let's go to Burger King or Sonic first.
Well, be ready for all the questions from the retards.
Well, listen, he's giving up what he can. So calm yourself.
Wow.
Yo, listen.
Fuck over it.
Boyle.
Yeah.
Did you guys
Yes.
go to Burger King that day?
Yeah, she got some food from Burger King. She always gets food. She gets fries. She loves fries. The boys was allegedly cleaning.
He said the boys was allegedly cleaning. I don't know if he was reading the chat or if he was speaking for himself.
Yes, I don't know. You don't know. He wasn't in there. He wasn't at the crib. How are you supposed to know what the boys are doing?
That's what I'm saying.
There, boom. But he's also said that the boys were at work with Don.
Yep.
So they're at work with Don, but Don's at home. You got to make all that make sense. Cleaning what? Cleaning the house? Yes. He's saying cleaning the house. So it's all over the place. The kid can't keep the story straight, period.
Like, I mean, some of this shit's just repetitive BS. First time I hear about.
I mean, yeah, I know.
So what I'll do is, Queen, I'll grab the other Burger King clip and put them together. I should have played the other one first instead of this one because this was the second time, but let me grab the other Burger King clip really quick. Okay, so what summer ate on June 15th, Sonic and Burger King. Here's this one. I'm going to need you to share my screen again, Queen. Okay.
I got you, girl. I'm ready whenever you.
All right, awesome. This one's really short.
Okay.
It's only 19 seconds.
She always got fries from Burger King.
All right.
Who is this dude?
Okay.
That's the first one.
Yes. So this one is the first one. And then the one that I played right before this was actually the second one. It was further
40 minutes in between, right?
I don't know if it was exactly 40 minutes. Don't take
But it
my
was
word
quite
for
some
it,
time
but
it was quite
little
some time
bit.
in between.
Yeah. A
So
little
it
bit.
stuck out in Andrew's mind as being a new
Mhm.
detail that we didn't know about, right? Because he brings
Yeah.
it up 30 minutes later, 40 minutes later, right?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
And I will, I can check later too. And if it was less than that by a significant amount, I'll put it in the comments. But there's that one. Okay, so there you go.
Yep. It's all very problematic.
Let's see. So have you guys gone over the clip where Hunter says that he was never on the suspect list? Yeah. That it was just the press putting words.
Yeah, we did.
You did? Okay.
Well, yeah, because I played Andrew's stream straight through from the beginning. We were actually towards a little over halfway through it.
Halfway. Okay.
Yeah, about halfway. We got to where pretty much where we were talking about the Burger King because I typed that into the clip and nothing came up.
So have you guys gotten to the part, I'm just looking through the clips that I sent you here. Have you guys gotten to the part where they discussed, there's a lot of clips about this random guy on the hill. Did you guys go through any of those?
That's what we were actually just talking about that. Like how the hell, where, you know what I mean? Where did this random guy come from? Who was it? Because Don was supposed to have been at work.
Yeah.
Right.
Do you want me to play the clips about the random guy? Or did you already do that?
No, baby, we just played the live straight through. I don't even know what I didn't
know if when you were playing it, if it already came up. But I know that throughout the live, it's like in and out talking about it. So
right. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, he had brought...
I was uploading these, so I didn't hear anything. I was making sure that I got, you know what I mean? Like, I was uploading these clips to you so that you had them all, and I couldn't listen to your stream and do that at the same time.
I don't think we discussed it like a terrible amount.
No, I think it had just come up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pull it up real quick, baby. Pull it on there. Yeah, put it up.
Yeah? Okay, let me grab these then.
It all needs to be talked about, so.
Did you...
Yeah, I agree. It's all different.
Yeah.
Let me see. Did you guys talk about...
To Chris McDonough's stream. That's what I was trying to do currently was your clip. I had your clip up, and then I had McDonough's stream pulled up to compare the Burger King shit where he said that they went to Burger King, but then I typed it into McDonough's, and it does not come up anywhere in there. You know?
Hunter has never spoken about Burger King. The first time anyone's ever heard about this here, we've not ever heard that from Allie. We didn't hear it from Leslie. We did not hear it from Hunter. Nobody, not true. I've never heard about Burger King until just the other day.
Yeah, I've never heard anything about it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, so let me grab these then. The whole point of me doing these clips was that it would be so organized for you. And now it's totally not organized.
You know what I mean? Especially if he takes them off or deletes them or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're there.
Yeah.
We have them, so.
Oh, we have the whole stream recorded. Don't even worry about that. So,
yes, you know what I mean? I figured he'd take them down at some point in time or take the stream down because, the backlash or whatever.
Yeah. I know he had mentioned that he was going to put this on members.
Yeah, he was mad yesterday. He's like, if something about fair use, something about it's not fair use because it's his son. And if he doesn't want you to play it, he's just going to strike everybody. And he said he was going to strike Benny. And then at one point in time, you can hear Hunter playing Benny's live stream, listening to what Benny's saying.
Oh, yeah.
No, he tried, but it sent me like a notification saying, basically somebody's trying to remove this, but it's covered under fair use and we're not going to remove it. And then had all his information right there.
Yeah. He was fucking pissed. He was pissed.
Okay, here's this one. I'm going to put this one up.
But I mean, how does he expect people not to go over it? I mean, obviously, you know what I'm saying? He's like, you guys wanted this for years, but
that's what he did this for. I mean, Andrew's been really wanting Hunter to call on, and he knows he wants to share it. That was the whole point of this, is for him to blow up from the community, just my opinion, but let's see. So this is kind of a mixed bag also. All of the clips are, because they're kind of all over the place, but All right.
I mean, geez, look how many times Chris went over his own interview with Hunter, like 15 different damn times.
You know what I thought was interesting, and I want to say it over here because I said it on my live. The AC comment. So I remember Candace saying she does not use the air conditioning. She doesn't like air conditioner. And he says the air conditioner was on in the truck, but the thing is Candace also said summer was cold and that she had the window rolled up because summer was cold. Although it was hot in the car, summer was cold. So that's interesting to me because she said, no, we didn't have the air conditioner. I don't like AC. And now Hunter's saying that the air conditioner was on.
Yeah, he said. He also said, "Oh, it wasn't even hot that. I mean, like it was hot, but it wasn't even hot."
I was playing it, but you didn't share it.
Oh shit!
That's okay. I'm over here talking. No one knows what I'm talking about.
Oh, gotta get here. Let me see. Okay, there it goes.
Okay,
should be okay.
Hold on, let me go back a little bit. Let's see. I'll just start it back from the beginning. It's a couple seconds.
Stroke in the car?
No, it wasn't even hot. No, it wasn't even that hot. They had the AC on.
All right.
See,
was Don home?
Yeah, it wasn't even that hot. But Candace had also said that it was baking hot in the truck. Her exact words were baking hot. So Hunter has a really different recollection of this day. Weird.
What do you call Candace?
I mean, that's pretty obvious if he threw someone off the property.
All right, so he wasn't at work that day?
No, he did go to work.
Okay. No, you're not blocked.
Who's under the bus?
Go ahead. Yeah, they ain't blocked. But no, go ahead. So he was at work, but then he was home?
Yeah. Okay.
I'd be very curious to know how Hunter knows Don's movements throughout the day. Like Andrew's asking him, so he wasn't at work that day. He's like, no, he was at work. Like he's saying he went to work. He knows all about where Don was. So strange. How would he know anything about where Don was? He wasn't with Don. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think he was listening in on the calls with Candace. I think that, you know what I'm saying?
Maybe.
Or he heard them talking, because how else would he know that information, you know?
Yeah. But it's almost like he explains his movements like he's like, you know what I mean?
Right.
Even if he was with Candace, Don could have called. How's Hunter know where he is when he's calling? Even if he said he was somewhere. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It makes sense. Yeah.
Okay. What's that got to do with me?
No, you don't think she got kidnapped and wandering off property? I think they would have found her. But outside of that, homeboy, so you said he was at work, but he was also home at the time dude got kicked off property that day?
Yeah, he was at the house. But that was like before they would drop me off. So that's like.
This is interesting here. So he says that it was before they dropped him up. It was later in the day. Later in the day, I don't know what anybody else's idea of later in the day is, but if he was dropped off now, he says at 3:30, although it was 2:30 before. What's later in the day, right?
Yes.
Like later in the day.
Yeah, that's sketch as fuck to me.
Said he was at work, but he was also home at the time dude got kicked off property that day?
Yeah, he was at the house. But that was like Like before they would drop me off, so that's like later in the day.
So that was after you got dropped off?
No, that's why I was getting dropped off.
Oh, all right. Time dude got kicked off property that day?
To do with me.
No, you don't think she got
Chronicles, look, it was only 79 degrees that day.
Clearing off property, I think they would have found her. But outside of that, homeboy, yeah, so you said he was at work, but he was also home at the time dude got kicked off property that day?
Yeah, he was at the house. But that was like before they would drop me off, so that's like later in the day.
So that was after you got dropped off?
No, that's why I was getting dropped off.
Oh, all right.
So he also says that's while he was getting dropped off. And if everybody remembers, Queen, I know you remember, Benny, I know you remember, it was when they were in the drive-thru at Walgreens that Hunter said that Don called about this random man. Now he's saying it was when he was getting dropped off.
Yep.
So it changed from Walgreens drive-thru to him being dropped off at his house that the phone call came in.
It's like every single part he's saying something different.
He's changing everything. So many moving parts.
So he was home about that time. Well, fuck.
He doesn't answer that question. So Andrew says, so he was home about that time, and Hunter just has a blank stare. He doesn't even answer. And about that time is when he's getting dropped off. But Hunter says nothing.
Right. That's why I said his face kind of like his facial expressions say a lot.
Here, I'll go back just to play it one more time.
All right. So he was home about that time. Well, fuck me.
All I gotta say is just please leave my sister alone. My older sister, she's not doing it. I can't give no answer. I don't really do time. Like you could ask me what the time is, but I don't like pay attention. I don't do all that. All boys.
Hunter says he doesn't pay attention to time, but he has timestamps for other things. Just to note that.
I'm guessing. I mean, I don't think they would just take one kid and not the other.
Yeah. How long did they stay? I didn't catch that, Dick Dollar. Hold on. Shit be nuts. Did she eat that day that you know of?
Yeah.
When you were with her?
No,
How long did they stay inside a Priceless to go food shopping?
Like an hour and 30 minutes.
Oh, all right.
So if you don't mind, if I wanted to correct something because, and I won't say where because I don't want to name anybody here. There was another stream that took place the other night where it was said by someone who lends, a lot of credibility here, that it was, I believe he said 15 minutes, so that it was changed from 15 minutes to an hour and a half. That is not true. It was always an hour and a half. So when Hunter was talking to Chris the first time, talking about watching TikTok with Summer while Candace and Grandma were in the store, he said it was an hour and a half. So I don't know. I just want to make sure I say that because I know there's a lot of people listening that might be led to believe that that's true, and it's not. He's always said an hour and a half. It's always been an hour and a half.
Everybody.
And that one is it. I'll grab the next one about the guy on the property.
Yeah, and I want to know about that with the boys being home by themselves.
Yeah.
If they knew that somebody was creeping around, why would they leave the boys up there by themselves?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Like if they knew if Don was at work, I mean, I always kind of expected like everyone would rush home, right? At least Candace. I mean, I understand why Don didn't because he's at work. But if Candace was out and about and she heard that someone was around the house trying to touch on kids, seems like she would rush home and see about that, right?
For
That's just my
sure.
opinion. Just my opinion.
Yeah, I would have went flying home like a bat out of hell. You know what I
Hell
mean?
yeah.
Like,
Oh yeah.
no, somebody out here fucking get in the car with me. Y'all are going with us. We're going. You know what I'm saying? Y'all ain't staying here. Fuck that.
But you don't see that in the behavior, right? So you also hear Don saying, I don't know about anybody touching kids on the hills. So you're almost led to believe throughout all of the dynamics that Hunter's probably not telling the truth, right? Otherwise there would have been some output. You mean they're just running people off of the property, but they're not calling police? They're not doing any of these things to try to prevent the person from coming back. Like, no. If there's somebody on the property, you calling the police saying, man, come over here. There's somebody on my property trying to get touch on little kids and stuff. Come get this person. No. Right? So it doesn't make any sense. So then when you look at it that way, and this is all theoretical in my opinion, when you look at it that way, you're like, well, hold on. Why does Hunter need to insert this story of someone on the hill touching on the kids? Because let me tell you what, being that there's two kinds of suspects, you got the kind of suspect he is who hasn't taken a polygraph, and then you have the Wells and Hare who have and passed. So who are you to believe? Are you to believe there's actually someone running around, or that the boy is lying? I'm more inclined to believe, and I'm not a police officer or investigator, but I'm more inclined to believe someone that's passed a polygraph about any dynamics of this than someone that's not taken a polygraph at all. I digress.
Queen, I have my screen in the back whenever you have time to grab it up. Play this one too. There we go. So this is Allie's brain aneurysms, call with Don and Candace, and the guy up on the hill touching kids, and Andy Bernard.
You got to mature at a young age when your mom's not doing well.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
yeah,
I've been telling.
I don't know if they know the situation about her aneurysms. Like 5 years ago, she had 4 in her head, 2 popped. She wasn't supposed to make it then, but God gave her a second chance.
I don't talk about all that, bro. Question: was Candace on the phone with anybody else other than Don that day?
Some dude.
Huh?
She was on the phone with Don with some dude.
There's some dude.
So he places some dude on the phone with Don and Candace. Why would that dude that Don kicked off the property be on the phone with him and Candace?
Well, I took it as this person is the person who ran the person off the property. He's calling them to say, hey, I just ran somebody off your property because Don's at work, right? Candace is away.
I
That's
took
kind of
it
the way
as
I
what
interpreted it.
Don said. So I took it as Don said that he ran him off the property.
Well, that would put Don at work. I mean, not at work and at home.
Right. It would put him at the house, but that's what Hunter's story is that Don was
That's
at
what
home.
he's trying to do. Correct.
Right.
But there again, I think you even have Mr. Tucker himself that said he saw Don at work in the afternoon of the 15th.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so that's,
and other
running for city commission or county commissioner or whatever, so he's a pretty good pretty good person for context on the day.
There were other people too that Don worked with who allegedly saw him. I mean, that's not verified by the police or anything, but word of mouth is that there were co-workers that saw him as well.
And he didn't break it down like, well, I think he could have did a half a day and then came home early. He just said, I don't think he was at work. So that means all day, homie.
But
That's
then
not,
in
you're
another
not specifying
clip,
a piece.
he changed it up in another clip on the same stream. He changed it up and said, no, Don was at work, but he went home too.
Oh, so there you go. He's not
So
being
he's all
articulate.
over the place. Like Hunter is just literally bouncing all over with different claims for the same story that he's talking about. It changes every couple minutes.
That's why I think there's a high probability that every version or every time he spoke with police on record is probably, it's a high probability. I think it's a pretty stark variation in those statements. Probably he probably varies a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So
y'all know who he reminds me of? Y'all know who he fucking reminds me of? Brendan Dassey.
Brendan Dassey? That's interesting.
That's really, that's what this reminds me of. It's like he's saying what he thinks people want to hear.
Meanwhile, telling on himself and going to get himself in trouble. Right. And maybe the kind of trouble that you never get out of. Shit.
Right.
Guess was just some random dude was walking around her house.
All right, so some random fuck stick that was hanging around the property.
Yes, he was just letting her know that he kicked her off. They kicked him off the property.
All right.
Some random dude kicked someone off the property. Not Don, some random dude. So unless Don is in his house hiding from this random dude, letting this other person, like, so you have to imagine what all transpired. Was there a little commotion? Like something happened that alerted someone else that there was someone on the property trying to touch kids. Make that make sense in your mind. How is that? Well, I haven't come to anything that makes sense to me other than, I guess, a team of men in the woods running back and forth. But then some other person's alerted to it, and he's the one that runs this person off, and then calls Don and Candace. You got to make that make sense in the physical world. How did all that run out on the ground? It doesn't seem like it can, especially with what he's saying. Because he's making it Don sometimes, and then he's making it some other dude called and said he ran him off. It doesn't make any sense.
I'm going to play it back, Benny, so that we can hear it again.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, so some random fuck stick that was hanging around the property.
Yes, he was just letting her know that he kicked her off. They kicked him off the property.
All right.
He said he was just letting her know that he kicked him off the property.
So that makes two random fuck sticks, right?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, the guy that's trying to touch the kids isn't the guy that ran himself off. So there's two randos.
I think Don ran the guy off.
I was gonna say, it sounds like he says dude. So who would be
some other dude ran him off?
Right. Play it again real quick. Rewind it.
Did I not go back far enough? Hold on a second. I'll do this. Sorry.
Other than Don that day.
Dude.
Was she on the phone with anyone other than Don that day? And then she says some other dude.
Was Candace on the phone with anybody else other than Don that day?
Some dude.
Huh?
She was on the phone with Don with some dude.
So
that I guess was just some random dude was walking around her house.
Some random dude that was walking around their house. So he says Candace was on the phone with Don with some random dude that was walking around their house. Hold on. I'll rewind it again.
That day.
Some dude.
Huh?
She was on the phone with Don with some dude.
So
that I guess was just some random dude was walking around her house.
All right, so some random fuck stick that was hanging around the property.
Yes, he was just letting her know that he kicked her off. They kicked him off the property.
All right.
He was just letting her know that he kicked him off the property.
So Don was letting her know, or some random dude?
Don. I take it as Don. But I mean, I get it's all in
Yeah, I see it either way, really.
Yeah, like I could take something completely different away from what I hear, and what you hear might be completely different too. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, no, I could see both ways.
yeah.
I see why I thought there was somebody else.
Yeah.
This dude is not articulate.
No, he's not. And it does make it hard too when Andrew does add some of his commentary. I actually think Andrew did a very good job with Hunter. I said that the other day.
Yeah, he's an MVP player.
But it does make it kind of hard with some of his commentary. It makes it a little bit messy, just a little bit messier. Queen Bee, if you're there, what do you think? Do you think there were two, or like Benny, or do you think it was Don who ran?
Like he's saying, it sounds like he's saying that there was two. There was two dudes. I guess I'm not seeing where Don comes into play with this. You know.
And I may have loaded her to think that way. I mean, but I see what you're saying as well, Tiffany. It's just hard.
Okay,
it's hard for me to decipher.
Let's go back. We'll go back. And what is the chat saying? Let me look at the chat too. I'm going to rewind it back and play it. I'll just play from the beginning. Hold on one sec.
You got to mature at a young age when your mom's not doing well.
Well, yeah.
Ain't us to make it then, but God gave her a second chance.
I don't talk about all that, bro. Question, was Candace on the phone with anybody else other than Don that day?
Some dude.
Huh?
She was on the phone with Don with some dude.
She was on the phone with Don with some dude.
Which is a yes.
That I guess was just some random dude was walking around her house.
That I guess some random dude was walking around their house.
All right, so some random fuckstick that was hanging around the property.
Yes, he was just letting her know that he kicked her off. They kicked him off the property.
All right.
He was just letting her know that he kicked. Sorry. He said he was just letting her know that he kicked him off the property.
Makes it sound like a stranger, an unnamed stranger kicked this other guy off the property is what it sounds like to me.
Maybe it is.
Hard to say.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're talking about Benny's
on with Don when some dude. That's what it says.
Say that again, Queen, because I didn't pause it quick enough.
JPG, it says she was on the phone with Don when some dude. He says when some dude, not with some dude.
The question initially was she on the phone with anyone else other than Don that day? That was the initial question that led to all of this. So I guess that's what I'm focusing on is maybe he just is disregarding the question and going beyond that. But the initial question was she on the phone with anyone other than Don? And then he goes into someone else, which is almost like a yes. She was on the phone with someone or some other dude or whatever. So it is hard to sort of decipher from my perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Skis ball? I didn't even tell him that. Was that the Andy that texted it's done also was on the property?
Now, this is where I would say two people could come into play, and the second one would be Andy. That would make sense to me completely, because
then I thought Andy and his son.
Oh, that's a really great
Because there would be two of them, and then they said that the son got caught creeping around the houses up there, supposedly.
Yeah.
Right. All right. Hold on. Here, I'll back it up because we spoke in between it.
Was oh, you talking about Benny Skis Ball? I didn't even tell him that.
Does everybody know, before I go further, Queen Bee, do you mind if I make a statement really quick about how this all came to be? Andrew's extremely angry with Benny throughout this whole entire stream. He's fighting with him. He's really getting nasty, right? Benny went live the morning of this live stream, and I'm not sure what it was that Benny said that triggered the response that has led to this and came to be this live stream with Hunter and Andrew. But for several weeks, actually a little bit over a month, there's another creator who has a daughter that, Benny, did you guys talk about this at all?
Just mildly.
Mildly? Okay. So there's another creator here in the community who has a daughter. That creator was pretty close with Allie, Hunter's mom, in the beginning. It was said, and the daughter had come onto her stream and explained that Allie and her friend Chris, and some of you guys may know her, Chris with the Italian flag, had set up this creator's daughter to talk to Hunter and get involved with Hunter because Allie did not believe that he had told everything and that he knew more. So this creator had gone live. Her daughter had gone live with her. Her daughter was very upset, in hysterics about the situation. And this is what really kicked all of this off. And it's been going on for, I would say, about almost 2 months at least. So the young girl came on. She spoke about how Allie, Hunter's mom, and Chris had set her up to extract information from Hunter that Allie believed he was holding on to and not speaking on. So as time has gone on, Benny's gone on panel, I've gone on panel, we've asked some questions and whatnot. Things have gotten a little bit more, well, they've progressed into what is here now. The other day, Benny went live in the morning and was discussing the situation at hand, and Andrew and Hunter became extremely irate with Benny. Benny really brought Hunter out of the bushes for the last 2 years. No one here has seen Hunter on any live stream except Andrew's and CM's, right? So it's a really big deal. Why are they so angry with Benny is my question. And what is it that Benny said? And what is it that Benny did that brought Hunter out? Because we've got a woman who's saying, and her daughter, that Hunter's own mom set her up to get information that he was not telling about Summer. That's what kickstarted all of this.
And when you sort of expound on that, what you also sort of get from that is that within reason, theoretically, she knows what he said to the police way in the beginning, the FBI even, and that after all this time, she still believes the boy is not being truthful. I digress.
Yeah. And I just wanted to make note of that because I know it's a huge piece that's been left out. There was a live stream that I believe I sent it to Queen. It was exactly a month ago where and Benny, do you want to actually tell what happened with Andrew really quick so that everybody knows when he believed he was going to be indicted for something to do with Summer's case?
A YouTuber told him she had privy insider knowledge that he was going to be indicted for something having to do with Summer's case, and that in fact also he made a comment that his son was going to be indicted as well. He believed it, came to the line.
Yes.
Come to find out it was somebody trolling him, allegedly. But he had confided in this same girl's mother, who's also a creator, had confided in her that this was going to happen. And then this lady is the one that brought it to the internet.
Yep. So there's a whole lot that's gone on that led up to this. It didn't take very long. It's been about 2 months, I would say, that, you know, things have been brewing, but it all came to a head the other day. And so much so that this interview with Hunter and his dad is the result. And all of these moving parts and changing stories, this is where we are today. And I don't want it to be lost on anybody because there's a lot of content out there that leading up to this, it all goes together. And I could put a playlist together of those exact videos so that people can watch them from, you know, the first stream that really started it all too. And Benny actually has that on his channel. Benny, is that still up? When you
It
reacted?
is unlisted, but I can share it to you and you can enter it into the playlist.
Okay, because I'll put it right in the playlist. And Benny actually went over that with the creator and her daughter. That stream is no longer up, which I personally have a major problem with. She's hiding the actual situation, and it's a very important situation. This is a woman that made the claim that Allison set her son up because he wasn't telling all of what he knows about Summer. So she's now hiding that stream. And Benny has that, so I will add it to the playlist. And that's really where it starts for me. There's stuff that happened far before that, but over the course of a month and a half, 2 months, there's probably about 6 or 7 live streams that really all go together with this.
Yeah, it's been a storm brewing for quite some time. And now I think even in the span of Allie being sick, this other creator who had her daughter up in that way, they've been back and forth like business, and now they're back out. That she's posted this morning in the beginning part of her stream talking about how she's not a scammer like Andrew. You can go see it. It's there. If you know who I'm talking about, she's got it. Her video says Andrew. That's to suggest to me that potentially something other than today, but something has led her to separate herself from him and whatever dealings they may have had. So I think that there's probably quite the storm brewing.
Oh yeah, well, the storm has arrived.
Yeah.
Was that the Andy that texted "It's done" also was on the property touching children?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to play this back again. So Hunter answers yes to it being Andy Bernard, who
on
is
the property, but
yes,
then take back knowing that it's if he's touching kids.
and that's Jody Sue's ex, who lived across the street at 125. So it's the
Can you run that back really quick?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I wanted to play it back. Mm-hmm.
Well, tell him that. Was Was that the Andy that texted it's done also was on the property touching children?
Yeah.
He looks hesitant to say it, almost like he might be a little
Now
worried.
that's where the second person comes in, right?
Yes.
Because what he's saying is, no, Andy isn't the one touching the kids, but he doesn't say no, he wasn't on the property.
Well, Andrew
It's like
says
a two-part deal.
Benny, Andrew says, here, hold on one sec. Let me rewind it back one more time. Sorry. Because he says, wasn't Andy the one that was touching kids, right?
Right.
Hold on.
And that was that the Andy that texted it's done also was on the property touching children?
Yeah.
There it is.
Makes it sound like Andy was on the property.
Yeah.
Even though he wasn't touching kids. Right?
Andrew says he was. Like, the question he's reading says that Andy was touching children. Hunter says yes. Am I wrong?
Yeah, but then walks it back after this.
Oh, he does. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. He said, oh, I don't know about touching kids. Right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Exactly what he says. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know about touching kids on the property. I've never seen it.
But you know,
he says he's never seen it. But then in the CM interview, he was talking about the same thing.
Right.
Know about that text, right?
And oh, this is important too. Andrew says right here, you know about that text, right? I thought it was a phone call, not a text. Or am I misunderstanding?
Unless he's talking about the it's done text.
Yeah, I thought he could have been, but it wasn't mentioned, and it doesn't fall into this subject. Not that that would matter for Andrew, I don't believe, but who really knows? It's so confusing with him.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'll rewind it.
Oh, you talking about Benny Skis Ball? I didn't even tell him that.
Skis Ball.
Was that the Andy that texted it's done also was on the property touching children?
Yeah. I don't know about touching kids on the property. I've never seen it.
But you know about that text, right?
Yeah.
But you know about that text, right? So he talks about touching children up on the hill, and he says, but you know about that text, right? The it's done text wouldn't have to do with touching children, right? I thought that was about weed. Well, we don't know what it was really about, but is he saying that that text was about touching kids?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, rewind that. I don't know. That's
Yeah.
pretty.
A lot comes out. There's so much slippage, and it's so concerning.
Skis Ball? I didn't even tell him that.
Damn, Andrew's an idiot.
Was that the Andy that texted it's done also was on the property touching children?
Yeah. I don't know about touching kids on the property. I've never seen it.
But you know about that text, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna play it back.
Yeah.
Was that the Andy that texted it's done also was on the property touching children?
Yeah.
Same person.
I don't know about touching kids on the property. I've never seen it.
But you know about that text, right?
Yeah.
So
I
yeah,
don't
you
know
walk
what to make of that.
about them touching kids on the property or nothing. He's like, oh, but you know about that text, right?
Yeah, it falls right into the realm of touching kids now. We have a text. Is it a text we don't know about, or is it the it's done text? Because I only know of one text that's ever really been emphasized as important, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. What does your chat think?
Kind of, but you know what? Seems like they're all over, really.
All over, yeah.
I think it was impossible for Candace to show up at H's house the day after with the police presence around. Then I doubt they could leave the hill for weeks. I don't know what that's. That is what he had said originally, but not a text. He first said it was a call.
Yes. Yeah. So the call that Hunter said that Don made to Candace was in the Walgreens drive-thru, right? Then it changes to at his house when he's getting dropped off. This is a phone call he's talking about. So he says that Don calls Candace and tells Candace that there's a guy up on the hill trying to touch the kids. Well,
right.
Summer was with Candace, so as far as we know, so she wouldn't be in that category, right? But the boys were supposed to be at home. But Candace also said no one was coming in or going out. The boys were inside, right? So I don't know what kids this man could have been touching. But that was a phone call. And now he's saying, but you know about that text, right? And Hunter says, yes. So what are we missing? And these are the types of things that would be so helpful for Andrew to even, have a conversation in private with Hunter and say, hey, we have a couple discrepancies here, son. Like, let's try to clear up a couple things because, in some parts of the live stream, you may have been distracted. And I just want to make sure, like, can we get some help here with this, Andrew? I don't know.
So Don was home and he called Candace about the man walking around the house. These are coming in too fast.
He didn't like that, I think. He said these are coming in too fast. So I'll rewind this back real quick. He didn't like that question, in my opinion.
But you know about that text, right?
Yeah. So Don was home and he called Candace about the man walking around the house. These are coming in too fast. Like.
This is shady business.
But you know about that text, right?
Yeah. So Don was home and he called Candace about the man walking around the house. These are coming in too.
So I can't hear one of the words that he's saying because he mumbles a lot, but he's talking about the call that Don allegedly made to Candace. And this is really weird.
But you know about that text, right?
Yeah. So Don was home and he called Candace about the man walking around the house. These are coming in too fast. I can't.
He read that comment just fine, but he did not want to answer that. And it was about Don making the call. Right. So I have to even say, Don is denied to the fullest that this has ever occurred, that phone call had happened. Now Hunter's backing out of even answering that question. He read the whole question and then said, these are coming in too fast. He didn't want to answer that question.
Being selective now.
Yeah, he read that out. He didn't answer that. They were not coming in that goddamn fast.
Nope. They weren't. And he read, even if they were, he read the comment just fine and wouldn't answer because now he's locked into it being a text possibly. See, the chat, and I always say it's just the chat is where it's at. That's where all the people are who know this by heart. You can't get these lies to stick with people who know, and it's drilled into their brains exactly what was said because they've listened to the interviews. Some people have listened to them hundreds of times. So they're going to immediately say it was a phone call. No, he doesn't want to talk about that now because now Andrew's saying it was a text. Possibly a text.
And he's agreeing.
Yeah, and Hunter agreed, and now he doesn't want to answer the comment that validates what he said the first time around in Chris's interview.
Right.
Yeah.
Backing away from it.
Mm-hmm.
Can't read.
These need to get slowed down a little more. 'Cause I'm even missing some shit.
Oh no, Pandies. Who's Pandies? You're not silenced.
That's all on that one. He's talking to someone in the chat who thought they were blocked. I'm gonna run out and have a smoke if that's okay. So Queen Bee or Benny, Queen Bee, you have all
I'm
those
not around my
clips?
computer.
Oh, you don't have a computer with you? I don't know if she's busy.
Let me go see if I can get mine to work right now. Hold on 1 second.
All right. So there's a couple more, and the title of this one is Hunter says the boys were with Dawn at work June 15th, 21. He thinks she went wandering and got snatched. I think he may have. Let me pull this one up real quick. It's a shorter one. It's only a minute. I can play this while you get your computer figured out.
Nope, they're still working on it.
Okay.
It's still messed up. So if anybody wants to stream, they can come up. We can pop Andrews on.
I just need to smoke real quick. It'll take me 2 minutes if you guys want to just fill in, like, you know.
Yeah, babe, go ahead.
Or whatever. But do you see this right here? I think it's interesting how he does, like, he like pulls his hair back a little bit while he's answering this.
There's a few different times, like he did some, like when he was poking in his eye, and
yeah,
he's doing a bunch of different weird, like useless movements. You're like, bro, why are you doing that right now?
Well,
like,
the
why
person
are you
in the chat
hiding
says,
behind your hand?
I don't know why he does that, Benny. He does have a lot of, maybe like a lot of nervous, not nervous twitch, but nervous mannerisms. But the question is, was Summer asleep? Right? When I believe he said, was Summer asleep when they got to the house, his house? And he's like, whoa, 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 whoa. Like, he doesn't like that question either.
No. Because I just don't think he remembers what he said.
Maybe. Yeah.
At some point in time throughout the course of this thing, and I think it was probably about the time somebody said, hey, I don't think this is a good idea, and he read that.
Mm-hmm.
Did he start to realize, like, oh, wait a minute, like I'm probably up here effing up here, right? Like how I felt like it was going down.
Whatever you just did with your mic, you sound louder and clearer.
Oh, great. Good.
You sounded clear before until you did whatever it was you did.
It doesn't sound clear now?
No, it does.
Oh, okay. All right.
Fair enough.
That's kind of where I'm at. Like, so at some point throughout this, reading the different comments and things, it's more than one person in there saying, hey, this is not a good idea for you know, his situation. And at some point it started to sink in. So then he starts talking about his lawyer, right? Lawyer this, lawyer that. I'll get my lawyer. I'll do this. All of that is, in my opinion, as a result of it sinking in and him understanding, oh, wait a minute, I've probably done too much right here.
Mm-hmm. I wonder how they feel now, several days after this, if they feel even more so this wasn't a good idea. I think that it'll be more so of that type of feeling when they come knocking, right? Like, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, the optimist in me wants to believe that this is actually the story that he told them, like he said.
Right.
He alludes to this being the version that he told them, which would basically constitute anything we've ever heard from him publicly at this point, up to this point, has been a lie. Or it's been, you know, a design of deceit for whatever reason that he's been involved in. I don't think it's that deep. I think it's just they had his mom and them there. They sort of looked like maybe they were enforcing the script that was going on. And, you know, the rest is history. But I want to believe that they know all this. If they don't, you are exactly right, Tiffany. And I think that maybe you could possibly be thinking the other way. You think that some of this stuff hasn't been reported and that they're going to come knocking. Is that fair to say?
No. Well, not exactly that it hasn't been reported, but then again, yeah, I guess so. I feel that with the discrepancies that are here, there's so many that it.
I think you're probably right in that. I'm just, you know what I'm saying?
I don't think
being an optimist. No, I think I probably am wrong. I guess I'm changing my opinion.
He may have really said, maybe this was the actual story he told in the very beginning. And then maybe something went a little wonky on Chris, you know. Okay, so let's even go as far to say this. Hunter's sitting with his dad right now. He's not sitting around the table with his great grandma, his great grandma, his mom, Karen, Chris's wife, and Chris McDonough. He had 4 people there with him. Also Leslie, so 5 people there with him.
No friends.
3.
He's got his friend there now. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So 3 he was familiar with, family and a family friend. So 2 family members and then a family friend. And then 2 strangers he's never met before. One who is an authoritative figure who he knows is retired law enforcement. And maybe there was a lot of uncomfortable feelings for him. A lot of people are like, oh, he's not yawning today. Well, he's also with his dad, who is pretty laid back, joking with him. And it's a more maybe comfortable atmosphere for him. So it could be more likely that this is closer to what he told law enforcement. But then again, yeah, I think there's a huge chance and possibility that many things have changed. But then again, that's because my perception is skewed by a YouTube personality that interviewed Hunter. And that I have to take into consideration because law enforcement doesn't tell us what they discussed with Hunter. Chris McDonough, while he is a retired police officer, he's a YouTube personality now. And
seemingly it looks like he's contributed to contaminating this whole community with the wrong information about what happened with Hunter, you know, that day. He's helped contribute it to, that thing has 150,000 plus views on it. So where are we at here? There's actually 2 renditions of it. There's the original, then the uncut. So this is pretty important to the archaeology of this whole thing. And what it looks and appears to be is that it's all fake. It's all a lie. Everything you've been told about from Hunter and Chris and all of that movement up to this point has been a lie. Now, I'm not suggesting that Chris McDonough knew anything about this lie, because you sort of see him floundering around with John, and this is just my opinion. He's still trying to make the whole Don was at home thing work. And it just isn't, in my opinion, it doesn't fit. It's not there. So you have him being seen on police cam pulling in, like he pulls in from work. Now, was he there earlier in the day? Who knows? Only they know. But again, cutting the cloth of the suspect fabric, you've got 2 kinds. You've got the kinds that are they're looked at as being in the suspect basket, but haven't taken a polygraph. And then you've got a few that have taken a polygraph, and those few have passed. So you gotta think, which are you going to believe?
Captain Napton, you raised a great question. So I'm going to tell you, I don't have a specific number. So she asked, how many inconsistencies are there? I have 19 screen recordings of inconsistencies that I have found, and like discrepancies actually in the first interview with Chris to this interview. So 19 screen recordings, and within those 19 screen recordings, there are multiple in many of them. So they're probably close to,
30,
I would
probably.
say 30 to be safe, but a little over 30. I would say between 30 and 40, maybe even a couple more. I'm not sure. I'd have to count them, but there are a lot of inconsistencies here. It's scary. It really makes you sit back and think like, whoa, this is a lot. I don't think I've heard anybody with this many moving parts and changing stories yet. Not in
Yeah,
this.
it is a lot.
Yeah.
It's a complete, and I think that, you know, there's a lot of creators that have dedicated any time to this. If they think their time is valuable, they need to be talking about this if they're talking about anything, because this level of number of discrepancies from someone so you know, I mean, this is just brass. It's crass the way he's doing it. So they're force feeding you to look at it and pay attention. And if you don't remember, ask somebody in your research group what they remember, and like this is a very substantial happening this late in the game.
The more creators that go over this, and thank you, Queen Bee, for caring about this, because
absolutely.
I don't see a lot of people talking about this at all. And if they are, they're not talking about or comparing the first interview to this one at all. Even in a recent live, well, 2 recent live streams that were just done last night and the night before, where there were many people listening, they're not pointing out more than several inconsistencies and discrepancies. So I would love for the creators in this community to go over them, because everyone's going to notice different things. They're going to pick up on different things. I was like really looking forward to, like, okay, what did I miss? That, because sometimes you can go back through a live stream and pick out the 20th time you've listened. You're like, holy shit, how have I not heard this before? This is the 10th time I'm listening to this and I never noticed. So I always really think it's important for everyone to pull together and give their take on it. And then you can really see, like, wow, didn't notice a whole bunch of other things too. Where is everybody? People have sat and played Hunter's interview with Chris McDonough more. I think that's the most played interview in this community. And now we've got this, and nobody's doing anything with this. So I appreciate that you're going over this and bringing it out to your audience, Queen Bee. It's really important.
It was so much different, you know, like than his first interview. I'm like, and that's what I wanted to play. I had that video up and your clips up, and then I had Andrew's live up that we were going through, you know, because it's like, there's so many, you know, different.
Well, I keep saying, like last night, when I got off my live stream, I was saying, okay, when I get off here, I'm going to go to the first interview and then I'm going to compare all. And I haven't done that yet. And I'm kind of waiting for someone to do, I'm like, someone's going to drop one of those any minute now, right? Because usually you'd have all kinds of uploads popping up. And maybe there are probably people working on those right now. Probably are. I'm sure we'll see some, because there's really, really wonderful creators here that do amazing work with putting videos together and uploads so that you can compare them. But it's going to take a lot of time for me to sit down and go through, grab all those timestamps, compare them all. You know, it's a lot of work. So, and I don't mind doing that work at all. But do you want me to take this down so you can go over to that? Is your thing working yet or no?
No, it's stuck, so you're fine.
It's stuck? I really do want a cigarette, so I want to step away for 2 seconds. Benny, are you
Yeah.
able to stream
Go smoke.
this?
No,
Go smoke.
my shit is upstairs.
Okay, you're not. All right.
Now I'm down here with my mom.
I'll just walk away for.
Yeah, go smoke. You're fine. Go do your thing. It's all right. Anybody else they want to pop up and talk, they can talk. That's fine. Whatever. Go smoke. You're all right.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I can stream for him. No problem doing that at all. Thanks.
Yeah, that's fine. Go smoke. I mean, shit. You go smoke a cig. I know how it is. Shit. You know what though, Snow? I think there's a lot of people who don't know his mental state right now. I think you are right about that. What'd you say here? We also don't know H's mental health state either to take every word truthfully. Well, yeah, that's the thing. I mean, there's a lot of discrepancies. I don't want to say flat out lies, but I mean, there's a lot of things that are different for sure.
Oh, hell yes.
And I feel
Many
like
things.
I really feel like why the fuck did his dad do this to him? You know what I'm saying? Like, this is not his best interest at heart.
No, and the way that it all has came out, it's completely contradictory to everything that we had no right to know his story that he told Chris McDonough. There's nothing that said he had to tell us those things. So now he's telling us different versions of events that are completely contradictory, and we're not supposed to be upset.
Right. Here, Leslie says, who is it going to be next that brings more confusion to Summer's case? There have been so many, from the next door neighbor to Jose to Fred, Hunter, Don, and Candace. Jeez, it's too much.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, there's a lot. And that's the thing with like Jody Sue. I know there's a lot that goes on. Like there's a lot between that too. But I was kind of curious as to why she felt like she needed to involve herself and be online and have a channel. And you know what I'm saying? I guess I didn't really. I don't know. I thought I didn't think she was. I thought she didn't like them. I didn't think that she fucked with them like that. But I mean, I guess other things have came out. But you know. You can be upset, but look at the big picture. It's the dad grifting. Yeah, but I don't even know. Like, did he get a bunch of money last night? Was the purpose for doing it? What? I mean, I guess I'm not understanding. He knew damn well this was not going to be good. I think he did it to get back at Benny, if that's the case. You know what I mean? If they're going at it and fighting with each other or whatever. And you know what I'm saying? I think that's why, obviously that's what it sounds like anyways. His dad basically started his platform based on his son and less about Summer, more about Hunter's account of what happened. Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, they talk about Summer like all the time, all the fucking time. Still, like, holy shit. Hold on. You think Jody Sue is distracting from her son? Shit, there for a while, I'm not even going to lie right now. There for a while, I did think her son had played a part in this, and I feel like that because I watched this one show and it was based on a true story, and it happened like for real. There was 2 little girls that lived across the street, and there was a couple little boys that lived on one boy that lived across the street. And so anyhow, the little girl wanted to play and nobody wanted to play, so she went over there across the street and asked the little boy, did he want to play? Well, he was like, yeah. He wasn't supposed to be playing. Anyways, long story short, he ends up killing this little girl and puts her under his waterbed. His mom ends up finding the little girl. What's up, just Samantha?
2 things, Queen, Benny, and Tiffany, that stand out to me. Now, call me crazy, but on the day that a child goes missing, he said he just put a stranger walking around inside the house. I am stuck on that because, like, he always said there was some dude on the property. Well, the Wells have a large property. You know what I mean? So I pictured in my mind maybe he was on the outskirts.
Inside the house?
Yeah, in that interview, he said walking around. Or did I mishear it?
I think he said walking around, but I don't recall him saying inside the house.
What about Benny or Tiffany?
I
swore he said walking around inside the house.
Not
and I was
inside
like, what?
the house. I definitely didn't hear inside the house. But we could play it again. Who is that, by the way?
It's Samantha.
Samantha, all right. I haven't run. I was standing right here in my living room and I heard you, so I unmuted. I haven't run out yet to have a cigarette, but I did not hear him say walking around in the house. I can pull it back up. I don't even remember which one it was. Do you?
It was the interview with the dad.
Right, but I mean the clip. Do you remember what the title was on the screen when I had it playing or no?
I don't. I'm sorry. But
No,
it
that's
like
okay.
took me off guard. I mean, I could be wrong, but I was like stuck on that for a minute. And the other thing is when
I'll go back and check while I'm outside having a smoke. That way there's no, like misinformation about it. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to be wrong on that. That's why I'm coming up for like,
Well, it's a question, It's not like you said he, definitely happened or whatever, but I'll see if I can go find that right now.
Also, when Andrew asked him, when he said that Don was home, or that he said Don was home and they said that he was like he was at work, he chuckled. He naturally laughed afterwards. And I've watched behavioral panel shows before, and for me that was like a clear indication of like he naturally laughed, like a giggle. Like, yeah, that's the story they're sticking to. Anybody else? Did you guys feel that way, Queen or Benny?
I don't know. I didn't take it that way. I don't know. I mean, I guess, I don't know. I can see why you would.
Yeah, like he just giggled. Like it
Walking
just made
around,
me,
not in the house. So they did say that. That was corrected.
he did say what I
say. Maybe Ellie has what they need, but waiting to charge H as an adult in a couple months. No word for word, but something along those lines.
Wait, did you say that he did say walking around inside the house? I was right?
No, they said walking around the outside of the house.
Okay, outside is different from inside because I was floored by that.
I mean, unless somebody did anybody else hear? Did you guys hear differently? I mean, was it in the house or outside of the house? Not in the house. Okay, here's one. Not in the house, on the property. Let's see here. Is it not in the house? Ellie Mae says. I think she's wrong. Okay, so by chance. Okay, so they're saying not inside the house. It was on outside the house.
Okay.
Yeah,
I know originally he said property. And this time I swear he mentioned house, but outside the house is different, from actually inside the house. But I think there's a lot of discrepancies, like you guys said. I wonder if this is enough for TBI to pull him in and re-question him, because he is an important witness. He was there for the majority of the day. Like it or not, he's young, but what he says counts. It's very important.
Yeah, he says he's not a suspect, but his ass is right there with everyone else. He was there. He was there that day, almost all day.
Yeah, it's wild.
I don't know. There was a few things that threw me off, but the Burger King shit really threw me off. And I'm like, what the hell? Damn well you didn't say nothing about the Burger King. What the fuck? Where'd that come from?
Do you think, Queen, if put yourself in his situation and a friend of yours child went missing, that you would remember everything unless you were being told different things and then you're going to get confused? Like, I feel
honestly, I really can't answer how I would respond. Because, I mean, I really don't know how I would respond.
Yeah, that's honest. We always think what we would do, but we never do know unless we're in that situation. So I get it.
I know I would probably, be fucking frantic and freaking out and in shock. And, there's a lot of different emotions: angry, sad, hurt, upset. You know what I mean? I don't know. When she says she goes in, I just feel like she goes in and maybe she went out down the hill or whatever and was down there, went down there, and then something like the whole, you know, like the tree cutters, like that were down there. You know how like with the little girl that the UPS driver had hit, like he had backed up and hit her, and what was her name? I'm having like a total.
Oh, I remember. She was like 7 years old, the little girl.
Yes. I'm having a hard time thinking of her name. We covered a little bit of her, of what happened. Anyhow, same situation. I feel Athena. I feel like the same thing kind of like could have happened with, you know what I'm saying? Summer, like some, you know, if she was down there with the dogs, like they said, her trail, her scent, like goes down the hill with the dogs, like down the dog trail or whatever. So I feel like if she did go down that way and go down there, she could have possibly been hit by something, you know, had a situation like that happen, and, you know.
I always felt like when Beach Creek is ready to say what happened, they will say. That's just what I just feel like they know more, you know? I don't know. That's just my feeling.
It's just, you know, speculation. But yeah, I feel like when it, you know, I just hope that someday she, you know, soon that she's found and that her family at least gets closure. I know one of the things that I've been told is it's the not knowing. It's the not knowing that hurts the most. And it's bad enough when it happens one time in a family, but to have it happen twice in a family is terrible. You know? It's horrible. And then to be judged on top of it nonstop on the internet all the time, nonstop. And you know what I'm saying? Having lives after lives after lives done, and, you know, horrific things being said, and accusations being made, things being thrown around. You know, I mean, it's very hurtful. And some, you know, people are like, well, words don't really hurt. They're just words. No, the motherfuckers, they hurt, you know?
And her brothers will see this all if they choose to, or they can just stumble across it accidentally when they're older.
Well, yeah, and that's another thing too, is at some point in time, you know, these boys are going to grow up and they're going to type their sister's name into this Google search bar, and then what? Look at everything that's going to pull up. Would you be proud if one of Summer's kids, you know, or sorry, one of her brothers, you know, one of the kids watched what you had said, you know, or watched one of your videos about themselves and, you know, came up and said, why did you say those things about me? Those aren't true. Why did you say those things? And now they're on the internet forever. They'll never go away. It'll never go away. I don't know. Shit.
Sorry about that. I had to take care of something.
Like,
sorry,
this
man.
true crime makes it worse. Sorry.
Well,
sorry, Ben.
It just, I don't know. It's fucked up all the way around. And I definitely feel like with this situation, I don't feel like Andrew had the best, you know, I don't feel like he was thinking straight. I think he was mad and, you know, pissed off and was like, fuck it. Not thinking about the repercussions it could cause Hunter, you know? So.
Yeah, the internet is dangerous, I guess.
Shit, hell yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Especially when you get these, you know, little young thugs on here that.
Benny, do you think that the differences in what Hunter has said is enough to bring him in for more questioning? I wasn't sure where you stood on that.
Yeah, well, the dynamic has to be one way, and it has to be that all these new contradictions are not actually what the first story was. If the first story is congruent with what he told CM, then all these things would be enough to bring him back in. However, he has sort of disclaimed it elusively in the way that this is the story that he told the police. Chris not being the police, he would be in no trouble really in reality. There'd be no issue for him to tell Chris something different. In fact, he may have reached out to them and say, hey, this detective online wants to interview me. Theoretically, this could have happened. What should I tell him, or should I not even do it? Like, there was a lot of directives going on at that point in time. So it would have to be that dynamic, that all these things have not been reported to police and that they do not know these things. Then it would be an issue. But if it's the prior, if this is all brand new stuff, he's definitely going to go in and they're going to bring him in for sure. For sure.
I feel like there's a lot of differences.
There is a lot. There is a boatload of differences, but I guess the difference in all the differences is if you believe that this is the story he initially told the feds and all, then he's probably in the good. But if this isn't actually the story he told the feds, then yeah, I think they're going to want to talk to him again for sure. I don't know why they wouldn't. It's just in this day and age, what you say on the internet, it could be used against you, especially in something as high profile as this. It's just the way it is.
Queen, I'm gonna step down because that's gonna bother me. I want to know if I heard what I heard or if I was wrong. If I'm wrong, that's fine. But I'm gonna go back myself and I'm gonna look for it since I came up here and I said that. And I don't like saying the wrong things on your panel. I apologize.
Oh, there she goes. Did everybody bump off too? Oh, man. Tiffany Marie. I guess it's just me again. And it's crazy how this happens. Come over here and see what's going on. They all want to question H and the Wells kid once they reach age, in my opinion. I agree with that, Running Bear, 100%. Because I do that sometimes. When I talk about Chris too much, I guess I should just start talking like Chris. Sonic has famously slushy drinks. They like those drinks. MBK French fries. Yeah. Hello, Kelly. How old was the sibling who testified in the West Boys case? Now, I guess the kids were between 6 and 8 when the event happened. So they would have been, between 10, I guess, and 11. Yeah. Just kidding. Straight up. Sinners. No, I didn't have no stroke. Yeah, I'm holding it down. Napton, I'm holding it down.
I'm back. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Did you ask where I was?
Yeah, no, I was like, where'd she go?
I'm right here. I
Hey,
just
Poetic
went
Justice,
out
good to see
for
you,
a
baby.
smoke real quick, but I didn't go out right away. I grabbed a drink and I did something real quick, and then I was like, all right. I didn't even realize you weren't there. I texted you. I was like, are you okay? But Queen's having, I think, weather issues. We can hold down the fort here. We'll keep playing this one,
Andrew's
and
Cash App got him a new
I
toy.
can't change the. We'll
Hey,
stay
Marie.
on this one because I can't change what's up here because she has to reshare. Like, so if I take this one down, she'll have to reshare it. So we'll just play this one while she's getting
independent.
Summer sleep when the whoa, hold on.
They want to know was Summer asleep when you got dropped off?
Yeah.
All right.
Hunter, why did your grandma say you were distraught and rocking back and forth at the camera swimming?
So If you guys remember, his grandmother said that, well, great grandmother, because Sherry is actually his grandmother. Grandbun is the great grandma, so it's his great grandma, but I think he may even call her grandma. But just to be specific, she had said that he was, no, it was Sherry who said it, wasn't it? That he was, was that Benny?
Nothing. I'm reading the chat.
Oh,
I'm
do
listening to
you
you
remember
too.
who it was that said, was it Sherry in the interview with JLR and Bullhorn Betty and Molly and Livia that Hunter was never the same when he came back and that he was
Yes.
shaking?
Yeah.
Okay, so it was
Yeah,
Sherry. Sorry,
absolutely.
my mistake. I correct that. He mumbles while he's saying it, but they're asking him, why did your grandmother say that when you returned you were shaking and not feeling well, basically?
Looking like there's some sort of emotional distress going on. Or
Yeah.
something. Yeah.
So,
but today he passes it off, or this day of the interview passes it off like it's physical distress from the quakes.
Quakes.
The quakes, not from any emotional distress.
But what's
Physical.
interesting is that and if people are familiar with alcoholism, that usually doesn't happen unless you've been without alcohol.
Right, like a DT.
Yeah.
Like a withdrawal.
And it sets in about 12 hours, like at that 10, 12 hour mark, 24 hours later, really. Do you know what I mean?
From not having any.
It wouldn't even make sense that if he went and had some twisted teas at the horse pond, that he'd come home.
Because he's claiming it's from too much drinking. That's his contention. It's from too much drinking, not that he needed drink, right? It's the side effect of having too much.
See, anybody who knows, that's not usually the way it goes. So that's
gonna shake and rock back and forth over one twisted tea. Come on, man.
No.
That's exactly what I mean. And
not unless you're drinking a fifth a day and twisted tea isn't enough and you need some more.
True.
You ain't even gonna do that over 2 or 3 twisted teas. I mean, fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not even.
That's like from hard drinking, consecutive hard drinking over a period of time. You're gonna have the shakes and stuff.
Mm-hmm. That's a great point, Benny, that if he was a heavy drinker, like maybe drank liquor all day, every day, and then drank a twisted tea, then maybe that might apply.
Right. But not in this case, unless he was, what you would consider like a full-blown alcoholic mode, but as a teenager.
But I want to show you guys again
At 15, do you believe in detox off alcohol, though? I've never heard of that. My friends and I drank way more than that and didn't, like as teenagers.
Yeah, it was just like a thing you did here and there. You didn't have to have it, right?
Sounds to me like he did it because he was having like a fucking panic attack.
Something.
But look how quickly it rolls right off his tongue. He doesn't even have to think about it. He's fully prepared. The answers there. Look, right away. There's no hesitation whatsoever.
Was Summer asleep when you got dropped off?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Hunter, why did your grandma say you were distraught and rocking back and forth at the game or swimming? Y'all ever get like quakes from like drinking too much?
Oh,
that's
so
what it is.
You had the shakes.
And Andrew backs it up.
Understanding that the shakes are from when you need a drink.
Talking about, from drinking too much. He didn't drink too much.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
Correct.
Drink.
Yeah, that's what it was.
He doesn't remember. That's because you don't drink, kid. And that's a good thing.
Yeah, I don't really do like that. I don't drink no more. People try like, nope.
They people are also wondering, what do you think happened to Summer?
To be honest, what I think is like they said there was some dude walking around the property. I think that she went off wandering and just got snatched up.
So he thinks that because there was some dude on the property, Summer could have wandered off and got snatched up. Here, I'll play it one more time.
Property. I think that she went off wandering. What I think is like honest. What I think is like they said there was some dude walking around the property. I think that she went off wandering and just got snatched up.
Then why do they still have his phone if that's what he thinks? I wonder if he can make that part make sense.
Great question.
Right? Like, okay, if that's what you think happened, why they still got your phone, homie?
Okay. Queen Bee, how do you want me to go about? Do you want me to keep playing these clips, or did you want to go back to what you were doing before I got here? I don't want to, throw anything off at all. Those, I think, are it for the live streams about the rando on the property. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, baby. Go ahead.
There's a clip that Benny and I had gone over yesterday on his channel, and it's actually very, very interesting, where I believe Hunter's subconscious kicks right in, and he's asked about what Summer is wearing the day that she went missing. And he immediately starts talking about how he was basically forced to grow up and be a man. It came out of nowhere.
Yes.
His fucking stops and says, no, he doesn't know. He's not going to answer. He doesn't know.
Mm.
But in the first,
did you go over that
conversation,
already?
He knew well. Yeah, we went through that.
Okay. Okay.
Like he avoided the question, and his dad was like, "Yeah, that's cool, but like, what was she wearing?" And he's like, "Yeah, I don't know." But in the first interview, it seemed like when you listen to it, it was like he was just making up what she was wearing in the beginning. He was like, she was wearing this. Well, no, wait.
Do me a favor and pull Chris McDonough's clip. Pull Chris McDonough's video with him with Hunter in it, the uncut one that I had. Pull that one up.
Okay, sure. Hold on. Just
play his original, the original interview that he did. Play. You know what I'm saying?
Do you want the uncut or the
uncut one? Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I think it'll be good for the chat to hear the differences. You know what I'm saying? Some of the differences.
Yeah.
For sure. So let's see. Uncut interview with Allison, Hunter, Leslie, great grandma, Summer Wells, the interview room.
That's the one I had pulled up, and I typed in Burger King, and my whole computer just shut off. I'm like,
I promise you, my hand to the Bible, Hunter is nobody has ever mentioned Burger King. Not once.
No, I've never heard
the entire case.
Never.
You picked up in it too that it was because you had been bumped off, Queen, but I don't know if you heard. But so the time between the Burger King inferences were somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 to 40 minutes approximately. So he mentioned something about Summer eating fries, and then there's no further chat about it until sometime later. And it stuck in Andrew's mind even where he preempts him again. Like, so, did they, he has to ask two more questions. In fact, he says, did they eat at Sonic and Burger King? And then he asked it again in a way like, which one did they eat at first? So it stuck in Andrew's mind as well, but he just let it go for quite a while before he brought it back up. Independent, thank you, sweetheart. Thank you.
I have it right here, Queen Bee in the back.
Damn. Independent Tiger.
Tribal Gal says here, Andy dropped off weed, saw a strange man, ran him off, and called. Thank you, Tribal Gal, for the $5 sticker there.
So there you go. That's two randos, right?
Yeah, Andy dropped off weed, saw a strange man, and ran him off, and then called.
But so wait a minute. That's I mean, how was Andy there so early in the day and claims that he wasn't? He claims he wasn't there, but Fred claims he had to pull off the road and let him by. But then he leaves at some point after running someone off the property, calls Don and Candace and say, hey, I ran somebody off your property, which means I'm actually at home and not at work. When also the guy from the tire place, they didn't already called and talked to him. And he's like, yeah, the feds came and everything's clear. They came and got the footage of it and everything, I think. And JSB says, oh no, yeah, he was clear. He was on the camera at work all day long. But now all of a sudden he's calling, telling them he ran somebody off. Now, I don't think that happened. I think that I hate to say it, but I think that he's being deceitful. And I don't know to what service does that, what purpose does that serve? I don't know why. You have to make that make sense. Like, why does he need these extra things that he didn't need before? Because the story changed, right? Now, is it just as simple as him not remembering because he wasn't telling the truth before? Could be as diabolically simple as that. Or this could all be much, much more, right? Now, why would he purposefully in the beginning tell a different story than he's telling now? Well, is he that much of a liar? He's going to lie to the YouTube and in front of his mom and his grandma and his great grandma and all of that? Or is it something much more nefarious than that? Right? You have to really find what is the intent, the motive, right? Like, how do these two things, how do they glue together? Because there is a motive for why these things are different now. And they're not because they help out Candace. No, these are self-servicing to himself. So how do these new changes help him? Or in his mind help him? Right? Because he's willing to contradict himself 30 or potentially 40 times plus in front of all of us already. Why? What is motivating him to do this? And that is that's one of the big questions I have is like, what is the motivation here? I digress.
The motivation, it lies somewhere in what you did 2 mornings ago.
And one of the things that I did was I showed the gang stuff, which that sort of primed the pump, got him going. And then I showed
we went back and looked for that gang photo that Don Wells had shared in the beginning. Does everybody remember that photo that Don had posted to his Facebook in the beginning?
And then I showed the screenshot that we had obtained where it was talking about True talking about how her mother told her to go live with meth heads and become a junkie whore.
Yes.
Those two things brought him out like that.
And that happened on December 26th. So just several days ago.
Yeah, but look, if somebody, I'm gonna keep it real, if somebody shared some shit on there about my fucking mom or sisters, I probably talk shit to y'all too. Or,
well,
I mean, but it was his
Queen
sister.
B is your family are not
to his mom.
the last to have seen Summer, so no, it wouldn't be the same.
No, I get what you mean. You know what I'm saying? I can just see a kid, like he's a younger kid, so I can see why he. You know what I mean?
It would be an emotional situation. It would bring you out. Absolutely.
Emotional response, right? Yeah, for sure.
Yes, ma'am. For sure.
And he's a kid. He's thinking, he's thinking emotionally. You know what I mean? Like I guess I can just see why he'd be mad about it. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
You know,
but that post has since been deleted. Somewhere during the initial stage of Allie being hospitalized, all of that sort of content been removed. So it looks pretty spick and span. I've been told. I don't go look myself, but I've just been told it's pretty cleaned up, and it's much different than it was just a week ago. And I get that's kind of what goes on with families, but. Man, that's like a serious deal that she was talking about. And I think that it was probably coupled with other things because I know that Andrew probably has given him an archaeology of what he thinks I am. And unfortunately, I think what Andrew has relayed to his son that he thinks I am is actually appealing to Hunter in some way, right? There's some appeal to it. Because anyone else probably could have talked about the same things and it would not have gotten the same response. I just so happened I took a shot in the dark and talked about a couple of things, and it was 2 things, and then bam, in no time he was there. And I kind of led it along a little bit, And then I saw that it was on cruise control. I was like, shit, I can't even control this thing now. If I wanted to stop it or like, so I said, I'm gonna go ahead and step out of the way and let this thing run its natural course now. I'm not gonna try to interfere with it. I didn't help to get it going in terms of getting him out and talking. I see that now. At first I was just like, nah, I think that's isolated. And then when it was Benny Keys, Benny Sleazeball, Benny Dickhead Benny, it was all about me. I was like, okay, so I'm the fuel for this. And then I hear the boy listening to me on the thing, and I'm like, yeah, I got 2 fish by the lip right now. Like, I'm not gonna pull them into the boat. I'm gonna let them tire themselves out. And that's what they did. They just sat there and wore each other out. So was it to the benefit of anything substantial? I would say, I mean, just use our adult thinking caps. You sit down and tell the police what you told them before, and now you say this, that would be problematic. You should be expecting with your grown man, young kid ass, that them police, if you didn't tell them this stuff before, they want to talk to you now. I'm just keeping it real. Like, these are not small, unsubstantial discrepancies. These are pretty big. Now, mixed in with some of it could be, he's forgotten the details and he's making up it as he goes, or he knew the details and he doesn't want to say. Now, there could be any number of reasons why the design is what it is now. However, some of these are just downright lies. Something we've been told is a downright lie, and you've got adults, right? So why would he lie to CM? I know I'm kind of ranting a little bit. I'm gonna close it up here. Why he had overseers correcting his words with the stuff with CM, and now that he's a grown-ass young kid, he's completely contradicting what his mother and them hawked over and vultured over him to say. Which one's the truth? But why is Allie motivated to inspire something different from him, right? But we know that they've inspired him to say and think differently, but at the same time later backdoor him with the whole, I don't think he's telling the truth, let's use Mama Bear's daughter to set him up and find out what's really going on. That whole thing, they don't make sense. Complete contradiction, just like this stuff. I digress.
All right, so Queen, where do you want me to pick up in here? Do you have any specific timestamps or spots?
No, when I typed it in, it went kind of like towards the middle, but I think when he just scroll through it, and I think it starts about, I don't know, like a halfway through was where he starts talking about it.
Okay.
He like breaks in, you know what I'm saying? Like Chris has asked him a question. He like breaks in with in between the mom and the grandma talking.
I don't have a list. I have Apple earphones on that's rubbing against my beard, and it just sounds like that.
I just wrote them in the chat.
I need to just take them off.
Sit very well.
They're fine, Benny. It's not that bad at all. It's really not. I think.
Yeah, I was just saying, I don't hear shit at all on the fucking phone, so I don't. Unless they hear it, that's all right.
Nothing at all wrong with your. I don't think you sound like you have a lisp at all.
Thank you, Kim Holmes. No, I apologize if some of it sounds different. I've been asked if I've had a stroke, and now do I just have a lisp? No, it's new headphones hit my beard. I recorded a video earlier, and I heard the same thing. I was like, nah, let me redo that.
Here, let's see where we are here.
There, maybe that's better.
Do you think H has been threatened allegedly?
Huh?
Ellie Mae said, do you think H has been threatened allegedly?
Threatened by... no, because he was far more giving with information this time, and he said a whole lot more this time than he did the first time. I think he's more comfortable because... if you ask me, I think it's also interesting timing that his mom is, laid up in the hospital and not able to shield him or protect him from anything. And his immediate reactions to jump right up on YouTube and start talking and saying things that he definitely didn't say in her presence. So I don't think
And I
he's
don't
been
think he
threatened
would.
at
I don't
all.
think he would sit there like that with her there, honestly.
No, he told on Fred, and he insinuated
Yeah.
that, you know, like his big homie, which probably wouldn't be hard to go on Facebook and find out who that is. How, you know, when he goes to see his big homie, his girl holds the phone and stuff because he knows not to do bad business on the phone on probation. Like, it's all weird. It's very weird.
And then
I
to
don't
sit
know-
up on YouTube and tell all that.
Yeah, all of it. So, I mean, in terms, has he been threatened? I think there's a good chance if he hasn't, that at some point he might, because let's be honest, he also sat there and told on a local lowlife in Andy Bernard. He told on him and said that he sells weed. So, you know, that's going to heat up the situation for sure.
Yeah, and Andrew Hiltz made it very clear to Hunter also while he was on that stream, like, get ready, you're about to catch a whole lot of heat, and you're going to be prepared for that. You know, like, he was really laying it on thick as if.
With the indictment thing?
No, with him and Hunter doing that stream. The indictment thing, I think, I told Queen Bee about it earlier today when she had reached out to me, and I'm going to send her all those links so she can see how this all began.
He said
I
that
think she's gonna be very interested in that.
Yeah, he said that Ali and Hunter both were going to be in the indictments as well.
Yep.
That's what he said out of his own mouth.
Yep.
So it's very strange.
And he said it, and when he was asked what it had to do with, he said Summer's disappearance.
Yep.
Now, why would a man think he'd be indicted for anything at all to do with Summer's disappearance if he had nothing to do with it? Wouldn't your reaction be like,
that's a real good question.
That's definitely not a possibility because I'm over here in Gloversville and blah, blah, blah. No, he was fully prepared and tripping out about it.
Yeah.
So, and that, we covered, it was exactly a month ago. So if you go to my channel, it's right there under the one that we did just last, because I haven't been live since that very stream. And the last time I went live before yesterday was, not yesterday, the day before. It was when Andrew that's when it all began, really. That's when Andrew was saying that he was going to be indicted. That's what that stream was about. So it's called Hunter's Father Implicates Himself, his son, Candace, and I can't remember the exact title, but something like that. It's got 2 pictures of Summer on it, and it says New York to Tennessee with a map, and that's the live stream that you guys can really pull from and understand a lot more how this all kind of kicked off with Hunter and Andrew.
Right.
Yeah, and I think, Queen, I think if you were to watch that, this would all come right together for, like, perfectly come together for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'll see what's right at this spot.
Hunter tried calling her. She didn't answer.
Here, let's go back just a little bit because they're just getting into the night of.
I'm like trying to get your talk.
Voice.
So, you know, continue watching the football practice. We're on the ball field and we're actually on the.
Our eldest child was murdered in my driveway.
Okay. Behind right where you're at, we'll put Hunter over here next to Miss Leslie. Move her over here.
Is this good, Queen? Right here, like where Hunter, I think Hunter's about to come on right here. Is this a good spot? Because I don't know what you played early. Benny, did she play this earlier?
She had referred back to it, but I don't think since I've been up, she's not played any of it.
Okay.
No, I haven't been able to play any of it because, like I said, my shit shut off. So.
All right. I didn't know because I didn't see anything before I came in, and I didn't know if you had already played it, so I don't want to go over what you already had. She's having like major technical difficulties, guys. All right, we'll start right here. And I'll put the closed captions on because they're available. That might help people.
We want everybody here, so there's no secrets, right? Because I don't operate that way, okay? And plus, she's going to feel more comfortable with especially this young lady here, because boy, did I listen to you protect that young man, and good for you. Now,
Oh no, that one in there,
Yeah.
her kids
yeah,
are just like my kids.
okay. And I'm going to put something on the table, okay? That I understand. We understand probably more than the next person. We lost a son who.
All right, we're gonna skip over this a little bit.
Facing down.
See, your heart is pure. No, I thought her name was Leslie too.
An answer. Hunter tried calling. I pulling my leg. I don't want to.
That's okay. I don't.
Bear with me, guys. Sorry.
I left my phone in her car.
And my daughter called me. She said, "Mom, you have to get back here. You have to get back here." And the house.
Okay. Then what happened?
Back
sheet. Hunter gets out.
The Bikers Association Against Sex Trafficked and Abused Children.
See her in the back seat. Hunter gets out. He tells you what?
Hold on. Wait.
Sex Trafficked and Abused Children.
See her in the back seat. Hunter gets out.
See her in the back seat. Hunter gets out.
He tells you what?
He really didn't say nothing.
He didn't really say nothing.
We went in the house.
Okay. Then what happened?
I asked him how fishing went. He goes, "We went swimming." Oh, okay. I asked him how his day was. He goes, "Fine." He didn't tell me anything about what happened.
No.
Hold on. He didn't tell me anything about what happened.
Right.
What happened? It was 2:30 or now allegedly 3:30. Summer was in the vehicle when they dropped Hunter off. What happened? He didn't tell her anything about what happened. I never even have caught. See, I've never caught that before. What happened? Let me rewind that just a sec.
He goes, "We went swimming." Oh, okay.
I don't care. If you want to
I asked him how his day was. He goes, "Fine." He didn't tell me anything about what happened.
Nothing.
Leslie says nothing.
Right.
What the?
And if he wants to stream it, let him. That's fine. They can come right on over here to my stream, Queen B's channel, and come over here and have a conversation with us. They're welcome to come chat. He's welcome to come on. I keep an open. If Andrew, if he's got a problem or he wants to talk about something, he's welcome to click the link and come on up.
Can I be completely honest about what I think Andrew's doing? And Benny's still up here, right? And maybe he might have something to add, and maybe you do as well, Queen B. But I feel, and it's just my opinion, with all due respect, I feel that Andrew has actually, in this effort to put Hunter out there, it seems he's a little bit excited about the attention. And
oh yeah,
I think that this is something he's been waiting for a long time, because I know that he's been wanting Hunter to speak on his channel for a very long time. So as you see this unfold, you're going to see a lot of already him becoming the victim of things, saying that people are attacking them when they're not. Nobody is attacking them. Everybody's been really respectful as far as I know. And no one's really talking about this yet. It hasn't really picked up and grew legs to spread around the community yet. There's only a handful of creators, including myself and Benny, now you, who have really discussed this in great length. I'm not sure why he's bothered. Did he expect that he was going to put Hunter up there and that Hunter was going to change pretty much every facet of his entire story and recount of that day and not say anything? Did he not want anybody to react to it? No, I think he absolutely does want people to react to it, because the more that people react to it, he's going to go live and he's going to review.
Make himself the victim of all these things. Like today, he's trying to make himself the victim of John Davis true crime.
What?
Like that's Like he's
come on.
He's all upset because John Davis offered his son $300 allegedly for an interview on his channel without his dad.
Oh.
Okay, now I mean, he's out here. Right?
If
he's
you
out
notice,
here doing what he does. Shoot.
Well,
it's
Captain
interesting you say that,
yeah,
Benny,
that fool has a fucking the sack to title his live stream "No Content Thursdays," but more. Okay, hold on. More close with no content. Real rich coming from someone that threw his son under the bus for content. Gone Girl gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much, Gone Girl. If you guys got one, make sure you tell her thank you. So it was Dolly Vision. Independent Thinker says it's Dolly Vision at Benny Keys, not John Davis.
Okay, so John Davis wanted an interview too. I know that because in Andrew's first live of today, which was really early and it was very short, he's talking shit to John Davis about wanting an interview from him. It just, as I understood it, or he never said Dolly's name, but also was mentioning, I guess, that something about perhaps maybe John Davis is doing a case in his neighborhood. He was all over the place. So maybe I misinterpreted what he had going on.
If you guys noticed, I thought it was interesting, and I didn't say anything earlier, but while we were watching those clips, as you can see, the entire community has been exploding with Hunter's Cash App, which I don't agree with, not even a little bit. But Andrew, while he had Hunter up there, did not have Hunter's Cash App up there. Pay very close attention to that, because it's allegedly Hunter that needs the toiletries and the food and all the things. Andrew had his Cash App across the screen. He did. So that should tell everybody the state of affairs for his son. It's absolutely not that bad. Because if it were, Andrew would definitely, as a father, be thinking, okay, I've got to find a way to take care of my son, right? And now he's getting upset that Hunter was offered money for an interview and he's not going to be able to be there. What is actually going on here? Summer is the star of this show, Andrew. I'm not sure if you're aware. Not your son, not you, nobody but Summer. Just to be clear.
I mean, she's the reason they're here.
Absolutely. No one would even know who any of them are. They wouldn't be here. They wouldn't be online. Nobody would know who the hell these people are if it were not for Summer. They should be getting online and thanking her every single time they go live and stream their Cash App all over the fucking place. Excuse my French. It's so gross. The respect for Summer around here is zilch. Money grab city. You know?
Nothing. And then his girlfriend's mom came and picked him up about 3 o'clock.
Okay.
3 o'clock. About 3 o'clock. He said, all I can say is 3:30 when he first came on, but she just said 3 o'clock. If you rewind it, you can hear it. Rewind it again, you can hear it.
Okay. Yep. I'm going to rewind it.
Fine. He didn't tell me anything about what happened.
Nothing.
And then his girlfriend's mom came and picked him up about 3 o'clock. And he went with her for a while.
He
Wait,
went
stop
with her
that.
for a while.
Stop
Didn't
that.
Hunter say the PO
No,
was
he
coming to
said
his
the
house?
girlfriend's mom picked him up about 3 o'clock. So how the fuck did the girlfriend's mom pick him up at 3 o'clock if he got dropped off at 3:30?
Yes. And didn't he say that the probation officer was
At
coming to his
3:30.
house?
At 3:30. Yes, he did. Yep.
Okay, so how did he leave and take off with his girlfriend if the probation officer was coming to the house at 3:30?
So happened to be sitting there rocking back and forth.
Yes, that's right. So
damn.
How did the probation officer feel about his?
He wasn't there. He said he had probation at 3:30, but he left with the friend at 3 o'clock, or with the girlfriend at 3 o'clock.
Well, no, he said he got dropped off at 3:30 here. So how did he manage to get picked up at 3 and dropped off by Candace at 3:30?
Yeah, he's crossed himself all up now.
What a mess, huh? What a messy, sloppy story we have here.
Yes, what about the doctor's appointment or probation office? And he was drinking for an hour before that. He was drinking the tea.
When he knew he had probation.
It says how far apart are the pickup and drop-off locations?
How far apart are the pickup and drop-off locations? Are you talking about what pickup and drop-off locations is she referring to? Do you know?
I'm guessing from where he got dropped off to the girlfriend's house back to his house.
I don't know where his girlfriend lives. Some people may. I do not. So I wouldn't be able
Bristol.
I guess Andrew just said that summer's time has passed and move on. What a piece of shit.
No, summer's time has not passed. This hasn't even begun for summer yet. It's not even started. No one knows where she is. She hasn't been found. So it's not even begun. It's not past. And there is hope for summer. And summer still has a chance. Andrew.
Independent. He said when his girlfriend picked him up that they went to Bristol to the park.
Bristol. Oh, Bristol Park.
So, and she lived 30 minutes away in Bristol, right?
In Bristol, yeah.
So, okay, so if she lives 30 minutes away in Bristol, I wish I had the internet because we'd be taking a fucking field trip right now on Google Maps to find out how.
Where do you want to go? I'll pull it up.
Take a field trip, find out how far away that is.
All right, hold on one sec. So I can pull up the maps. Just give me one
Take
moment.
what, 30 minutes or so, they said? So 30 minutes there, 30 minutes back. That's well past. Okay, we didn't even got to do the Google Maps. Fuck it. We'll just do the time.
You don't need it?
That puts us to 4:30. He wouldn't be back until 4:30. The probation officer's not going to sit there for an hour waiting.
Oh, no.
For him to go to girlfriend's and come back. And that's just driving straight there and straight back.
It's all wompy. It don't make sense.
Yeah, it's not. This is not flowing together very well.
No, it's not at all. So then to be clear is the story was always, true. Let's not forget this. Hunter's sister has a set time of 2:00 p.m. that he was dropped off. This is in writing on Facebook in the early days. I have the screenshot. If I need to get it, let me know. I will do that. And she said that Hunter got dropped off at 2:00 exactly. Now, if you were to ask Allie or Leslie, it would be 2:30. In the beginning, it was 2:30. Now it's 3:30 according to Hunter. Andrew even says, thought it was 2:30, Hunter. And he says, no, it was 3:30 because I had to be there for my probation officer at 3:30. Now we've got that at 3:00, he was picked up by his girlfriend's mom at Allie's house.
Bristol. Yeah.
And then they went, and actually she said he went with her for a while, and then it was later on, right? He said he went to a park in Bristol.
Yes.
Where did he see the probation officer? Did the probation officer meet him at the park in Bristol? When did the probation officer?
She didn't come to the house. That was a lie.
Agree.
One or the other. It's got to be. I mean, she either showed up or she didn't. And if she didn't, then that's a lie because he said he had an appointment with her at 3:30. And all he says is in this when he comes on, he's like, all I can say is I was there at 3:30.
Yep.
That's all I can say. I was there at 3:30.
Mystery. So Grandma Sherry isn't here. She's not at the table. She's only ever been on camera once. It was a pretty quick interview with her. This is the great grandmother. So it would be Allie's mom is Sherry. So Sherry is actually Sherry Malini is actually Hunter's grandmother, and that's the great grandmother who's sitting at the table next to Chris and Allie. So Allie's the mom. This is the great grandma. So that's Allie's. This is Allie's grandmother right here, and Hunter's great grandmother. I know a lot of people get confused because they never see Sherry. You know, a lot of people don't even know she exists.
So who's Allie's mom? Which one is Allie's mom?
Sherry. Sherry
That's
Malini. No, that's her
This is her
grandmother. So
Okay.
Sherry Malini is the one that was she used to hang out with Candace. So Candace was pretty close with Sherry at one point. I believe closer than she was with Allie.
She got the dark curly hair, huh?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm. They did the Waffle House or wherever they went to have pancakes. There were pictures. Yeah. So that's Allie's mom. Sherry is Allie's mom. And this woman sitting here next to her is her grandmother and Hunter's great grandmother.
Okay, go ahead.
Me and Leslie went to the ball field. I left my phone in her car, in her van.
She left her phone in her car. I think that's kind of important.
Because my phone was dead.
And it was off.
So we only had hers. We were on the ball field, and we're actually on the opposite side of the ball field. We're watching her grandson practice because he was playing for the Packers at that time. And her phone rang. It was Hunter. He wanted to speak to me. She gave me the phone. He goes, Mom, you gotta call Candace.
Where was Hunter at when he called you?
He was at his girlfriend's house.
At his girlfriend's house. That's with Leslie.
Okay.
Interesting.
So she wasn't home, so he got home and left and went to the girlfriend's and then called his mom and said, Mom, I'm at my girlfriend's and this is what happened. Call Candace. Is that right?
That's what she says.
Oh, all right.
No. Oh, I thought her name.
Here, do you want me to play that back one more time? Just here. Let me go back just 20 seconds.
He goes, and her phone rang. It was Hunter. He wanted to speak to me. She gave me the phone. He goes, Mom, you gotta call Candace.
Where was Hunter at when he called you?
He was at his girlfriend's house.
At his girlfriend's house. That's with Leslie. No. Oh, I thought her name was Leslie too.
His girlfriend's name is
That's okay. I don't need his girlfriend's name. Yeah, I don't need his girlfriend's name. Yeah, good
So
call.
here's what
Thank you.
And he goes, Candace just called me. Summer's missing. You need to call her. I said, boy, stop pulling my leg. I do not want to talk to her. So me and Leslie were talking. I said, I don't believe it. I said, she's probably just pulled my leg trying to get me to talk to her. So, we continued watching the football practice. After practice, we went to the drive-thru at the cookout.
Now, were you guys together?
Yes.
Okay.
We went through the cookout drive-thru because we had ordered dinner. And we were waiting for our food. I turned my phone on, went on Facebook. There it is, plain as day. A picture of Summer missing that was posted by Hawkins County EMS. I said, listen, oh shit, she is missing. So I called her mom, told my mom what was going on. She goes, you're joking. I said, no, I'm not. So then I said, okay. But mama bear me kicking. I called Candace, she didn't answer. We waited till we got here. I called again, she didn't answer. Hunter tried calling her, she didn't answer. My youngest tried calling her. She answered. Finally, she answered on my youngest's Snapchat. I said, what's wrong? She goes, someone's calling.
So she answered the Snapchat call.
Yes.
She
And
didn't
that's
answer the other
also
call.
where that's also where she was talking to Hunter that evening when, well, allegedly, right? When David DOXXING was over there. He said that the phone call was on Snapchat and that they were video chatting.
Yeah, I didn't talk to Snapchat. Sorry, I didn't realize that.
What did you say?
No, I didn't realize they talked through Snapchat.
Ghostwriting.
I just seen you guys not that long ago. I said, what happened from the time you guys got home, from the time you guys left my house, up until she went missing? She said, we came home, we planted flowers on the side of the house. We went in Mom's camper to wash our hands. Summer wanted a piece of candy.
Evidently, Andrew's live right now. He just said in his comments that his boy has lost it. Is what it says. The boy has lost
what?
it.
He shouldn't be live then. If that's the case, why is Andrew live? Why would Andrew be live if his son
Why
is
is he not? Why is he even telling the whole fucking internet that?
Why doesn't
Go see
Andrew
your
get in the
child.
car and go see his son and take care of shit while his mother isn't well? Why is Andrew sitting on YouTube? Okay, we have already a missing child and 3 children in, state custody. Do you really need another situation, Andrew? Why don't you get in the car and go drive down to Tennessee and be with your son until things get sorted? Take a trip. You could take a trip down there with all those people in the U-Haul, right? Hang out at a storage facility and turn around and go right home the same day. Why not go see your son? If he's lost it, you should be already in the car going to see him. Don't come to YouTube and tell people that. That's not fair. Does he have any privacy? Is he allowed privacy in his life?
Right, I was gonna say, fuck, is he allowed any privacy? God, I mean, did you really have to come and tell everybody all that? I mean,
wow.
Well, I guess the thing that's making him go live is because of his comment over here. Everyone's laughing at him. That's what it sounds like. That's what it looks like, anyways. It's very strange.
well, I mean, I kind of have to say this is what, I mean, you kept saying this, I told him not to come on here. I told him not to come on here, but you fucking brought him on here. Let him come on here and, say anything and everything.
I could understand if Hunter had his own channel and Andrew had said, to all of us that he told him not to come on. That would be understandable, but you're talking to a man that was actually running the channel that Hunter went on. He had full he had full reign over whether he fired up that live or not. You have no one to blame but yourself, Andrew. No one else can be blamed but you in this situation.
Right. Nobody sent her a link. We didn't reach out and say, hey, come on our live streams. Come on. Hey, come over here. We want to talk to you. No, you brought him on your own live.
And in all fairness, this isn't about Hunter. This is about Summer. Stop making it about other children. It's not about. Truly. This isn't about anyone else but Summer. When are people gonna really stop throwing all the other people into the forefront when Summer is still missing and there's no answers? We're here talking about this because of Summer, not because of your son. We're not here worrying about Hunter's feelings. We're here worrying about Summer, where she is. You do realize that, I hope. I'm just being real with you. We're not here for Hunter. You came here for Hunter. We came here for Summer. I mean, the truth is the truth. And it might sound harsh, but I'm not putting Andrew's son above Summer Wells. It's not happening. I personally am not. I can't speak for anybody else on this panel or anybody in the chat, but I can speak for me. And I know I'm not putting anybody else's children above Summer. That's their responsibility. That's his child. He needs to take care of that situation. He needs to get in the car and go probably be with his son and handle his business. It's no one else's responsibility. You know? For the children to be so negatively affected is so unfair. And he's actually, I think Andrew exploited his son, if I'm being honest, but I'm glad he did, because Summer deserves justice and she deserves to be found, and we're seeking answers. Now, I don't know what reason Andrew wanted Hunter to come on his stream. I'm not sure, but I don't think it was for Summer. I believe it was because he was angry with Benny.
Yeah. He just said the newest update he cannot give, and it sucks.
Okay, so so his son is in crisis.
He's a poor victim again.
Yeah.
That's what he wants. He wants to be the poor victim.
His son is in crisis, and there's an update he can't talk about. So everybody's going to
want to flock to him.
To then say, oh my God, what's going on? I'm so sorry, Andrew. I'm so sorry. You fucked up. Come on here. And now oh my God, we're just so sorry, Andrew. Shut the fuck up. You did this yourself. You're grown. You're the adult in this situation. And you fucking brought your son on this platform knowing damn the fuck well what was going to happen. I'm not hearing that. I don't give a fuck. Sorry, I'm just not.
I'm right there with you. Benny, how do you feel about it?
Oh, shut up.
I mean, he just, it's stupid. Like, even the people over here now are like, okay, bro, like if you can't talk about it, then shut up about it. Like, for real. I mean, it's all so strange. And what it is that this dude, I don't know in what continuum he was in when he cooked up this idea, but now all of a sudden he's the victim of the mess that he made. And you got to watch out for people like that. That's what you see right now. He's turned into the victim of the mess he's made. Like, people get sick every single day. My mama just had part of her lung taken out. You don't see me. It's not a problem for me on here, and it's not y'all's financial responsibility to take care of nothing. Like, what is this all about? Come on now.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, we ain't even going to go there with that bullshit.
Yeah, it's strange. It's so strange.
It really is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that people should probably just not pay too much attention to, his histrionics today.
Absolutely.
Because every single time people get into a really important discussion about summer, you notice all the distractions and all of the crises that take place? I do. It's always something.
Yes.
Every time summer's being discussed and there's something important going on, somebody has, you know, a huge issue, and it's look over here, look over here. And we just stay focused on summer. And Andrew should get in the car and take the trip. I don't know how long will it take, maybe half a day. Pack up the car and take a ride. It's beautiful. It's beautiful in the north, Andrew. Maybe your son needs his father's, you know, direction, his guidance, and a hug from his dad. You know? Nobody here is going to be able to fix that. Like, nobody here is going to be able to console Hunter.
Right. No, and I'll tell you, I'm listening along here. He's making it sound, and I hate to be doing this, but he's making it seem as if.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I can just play it really quick.
Go ahead. Or no, I'm like, go ahead. Like, it's my channel. Sorry. Maybe.
Here it is.
I'm just saying the last update is I'm not giving you the last update. It's common sense if it's not good news and the boy's going crazy.
If it's not good news and the boy's going crazy, like what is he trying to get them to think? That Allie has passed over. In my opinion, that's what he's trying to.
Taking a turn for the worst.
Which could be the actual truth, but he's eluding and victimizing the situation. He wants victimization of the situation. And he's making it, in my opinion, seem like Allie has passed over. And that's not what I'm saying he said, but I've let him, that's just me, that's my inference of
He's
it. Right?
okay with you, though, Benny, taking
Doing
that
that.
away from his. That's what he wants people to take away from that comment. So by him putting it out there, he's okay with you,
right?
Speculating that that's what's going on.
Right. So that tomorrow, when you hear she's taking another turn for the better, he can say, "Oh, look what they're doing to us! Oh my God, we're so victims." Listen to it.
Couldn't ask about her. I'm just saying the last update is I'm not giving you the last update. It's common sense if it's not good news and the boy's going crazy.
If it's common sense. So what's common sense if the boy's going crazy?
Oh, it sounds like, from what it sounds like, somebody else said they think Allie passed away.
That's what I'm saying.
Well,
he's making it seem like she passed away.
Why is he on YouTube right now? That's terrible. He needs to get in the car and go.
I mean, I don't know. Is that what he's saying? Because I'm not listening. So I mean, like I said, I just got home like from out of the car.
It's what he's alluding to. Yes.
Okay.
That's terrible.
He doesn't look well. He looks like he's seen a ghost.
Is there any emotion coming out of him, Benny? Is he emotional at all?
He's emotional in a way that you haven't seen him before. He's very pale. He's very drawn, like he's trying to cover his distraught. I mean, if this is really the case, I genuinely hate this for every party involved.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, this is the worst set of circumstances if this is the case. But it does appear like before, minutes leading up to this, I was like, ooh, he looks different. So definitely genuinely looks like there's something going on with him. I would say
people in his chat are telling him not to give bad ideas to his son. I really hope he's not.
People here are asking, like, did his mom pass away? They're asking about it. So we're not the only ones that think that.
Oh, he's got him on speakerphone. He's putting him out there on speakerphone because Nicole B said, "Oh my God, take him off speakerphone." And Ruby Blue says, "This is sad going live with his boy on the phone." Look at the exploitation of look at what Andrew is doing here. Exploiting Allison's illness, whatever illness is happening with her. I won't say that she has passed because we don't know that's true, and no one here knows that that's true. He's not saying what happened. And for Hunter to be in, a bad situation right now and in a bad mental state, it could be because they may have gotten news that it's not looking good, or maybe they need to think about getting some affairs in order or something
Hunter's
like
threatening
that.
to act out.
Okay, then why is Andrew, if he's threatening to act out, why is Andrew live? Why is he not calling services for his son?
I don't know. But
Why
he's
is he
basically
not
regurgitating
finding
what he's
someone?
saying and then trying to talk some sense into him.
I think he needs to get in the car and go be with his son. You can't tell me he hasn't gotten cash apps and has enough gas money. Come on. I mean, in a situation like this, and if he's saying that he's in that bad of a way, he either needs to call someone who he knows. I'm sure he's got a friend out there in Tennessee that could get to Hunter in the meantime while Andrew figures out his affairs so he can get down there. You know what I mean? Sticky, it's not a 30-hour drive. I'm only about
Hell
2
no, it's 11 hours and 29 minutes.
Yeah, I'm like 2 hours from Andrew, and Tennessee is about a 10-hour drive for me.
So they just hung up and he said he's going to go off the deep end.
That's terrible. That is absolutely pitiful. Pitiful, really. He should not be telling anybody anything right now. That should be kept very close to, the heart. And they're, I feel bad that Allie has had no privacy throughout this. The pictures of her in a hospital bed, I can't imagine that she would appreciate that. And now telling, all their business, their family business. I don't think anything is sacred to Andrew. Queen Bee. I don't know if you're near your. Should I take this down? If I
Yeah,
feel
go ahead. Yeah,
Allie
go ahead
in
and
this
take it down. Yeah.
He's definitely alluding to the fact that she's passed over.
I wish he wouldn't allude to it.
Like he's about to cry.
Don't worry, brother. Don't worry. It'll be fine.
Oh, yeah.
That's sad as hell, man. Especially that he could have at least took his son off speakerphone and talked to him. You know what I mean? Fuck.
Terrible.
Absolutely.
That's his child. Can you imagine recording or allowing people to hear your child finding out something terrible about their parent? Oh my God. That's abusive, actually.
Andrew's making it seem like he's sort of a threat to the public safety right now.
Oh my God.
It's
What
the
is
way
he
he's saying
saying?
it. Yes, absolutely. It's like he's like, if anybody gets in his face, it's going to be on site. Anybody he doesn't know. That doesn't sound good for the general public, for him to be behaving this way in a hospital.
Jesus. What do we do in a situation like this? It's such a hopeless feeling for, you can't even help, like, to put it back on track, or
Really nothing you can do at this
no,
point. Nothing, I mean.
It's off the rails.
Yeah.
They went too deep with it already.
You know what I mean? Hopefully he'll, get off his live stream and call his son, because from what it sounded like, the little clip I just got, he says something about gone. She's gone, or it's gone. I think it says she's gone. And then he's like, you all right? And he's like, no, man.
I've got to go downstairs real quick. I'm being beckoned.
I'm having like thoughts that I want to say out loud, but I don't want to come off as insensitive, but I guess I'm going to say it anyway. The timing of all of this is so weird. Like, so as this is going on, all right, Andrew picked yesterday. It was yesterday, wasn't it? No.
Yeah.
Yes.
Was it yesterday? I'm pretty sure it was yesterday, the day
I'm
before.
like losing track. So he picks, all right, the day before we find out. So let's rehash the sequence of events. I always think it's important to remember, you know, the sequence of events. So we find out I found out in Justin's chat from ICU, who was broadcasting to the public, that Allie was in the hospital and that it was a very serious situation. It was a grave situation, that she had lost oxygen to her brain for 8 minutes. This was all done. This is all within the last 3-4 days. And that came out into the public. She said that they weren't going to give any more information because it wasn't anybody's business. Well, number one, you shouldn't have said anything at all. I don't think that anybody's business should be strewn about when you don't even know the person. You know what I mean? This is not even a family member, but they want to be the first to bring the information. I understand that. Okay. So then the next day, after we find out that Allie is in a bad way, everything seems hunky-dory on the home front. The kids are at the house. They're waving to the camera, smiling, seem to be in good spirits. Hunter's home, in the house, on the computer with Andrew, and they're actually yelling at Benny, right? There's some kind of chain reaction that was caused by Benny speaking on what was going on the night before. Now, with Allie being in ICU, if that's where she was, I found it to be so insensitive, just myself, to know that, you know, Hunter was on a live stream with Andrew doing what they were doing yesterday. So I'm putting Summer in the forefront, even with what's going on, okay? Just so everybody knows, I'm keeping Summer in the forefront of my mind. No one else. Taking into consideration what's happening, of course, and I'm very sorry that this is going on. The timing of this is strange because you've got somebody who was last to see Summer outside of her bloodline. One of the very last people to see Summer finally comes out into the public to speak, and his mom, you know, they're telling people that she's on, you know, her deathbed, but they're actually talking about Summer and giving all of this new changing storyline and information we've never heard before. All the while, Allie is in allegedly intensive care unit. So that's odd, right? And now,
Hell yes, it is. I never looked at it that way. That's super odd. These are two huge things happening, coinciding like directly at the same time.
Yeah. So I was watching Hunter thinking, all right, you know what? I'm a mom, you know, kids are your children, teenagers, they're pretty resilient. You know, if they go home to take a break, yeah, maybe they might get on the computer, but not to discuss the missing child that you were last with while you're saying that, you know, there may only be 24 hours left. Why did they pick this time to do this if this is what the outcome was supposed to be? And why was it yesterday? And now today we're here. And as you see, I just removed Allie from the screen. We can't play this interview right now. If that sounds selfish, God forgive me.
Andrew's saying that his son wants to go out and hurt somebody.
Well, so who actually loses here in this situation again? Because
Those
we
twins
can't
are who
discuss
lose.
this.
Those twins are who loses.
No, Summer loses because
And his unborn
we can't
kids lose.
discuss what Hunter said now because of the situation. So anybody who discusses what he said is going to be seen as attacking him, or it's not the right time. I can't with this. I'm sorry. Like, I don't even know what to say.
Look what Chronicles just said. She goes, I don't think it's very weird. Allie prevented Hunter from speaking this entire time, and Andrew swooped in the first chance he could.
I totally agree. I understand that. But what I'm saying is, now that, okay, so sorry. Basically, in a nutshell, this all was brought out, but none of us are going to be able to discuss it when it pertains to Summer, who we're here for. So anyone who's going
He's
to
just
want to
soaking
go
it up
over
too.
this stuff will be seen as attacking someone in their time of desperation and despair and grief. So how do we navigate through this situation when there is such a tremendous loss? We have to put Summer on hold. I'm not. And I'm saying it right now, right here. I'm not putting Summer on hold. And nobody expect me to. And if people want to hate me for the rest of their life, they can. I'm not putting Summer on hold for this. Nope. I will send prayers. I'll even go to church and light a candle, but I'll be damned if I'm going to put Summer on hold. I will be discussing all this stuff. And I'm very sorry for what's going on. But Summer's not going to wait anymore. No. She's waited long enough. And now she's got to wait again because there's a crisis. And I'm just not down with that.
Well, I mean, I don't think people would really say much of it.
Yeah, he's saying she passed.
You know what I'm saying? As long as you're respectful, I think everything will be fine. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
No, I mean, I don't see you being disrespectful at all in any way. So I think, you know what I'm
No.
saying? If you're respectful. I think people would be.
Be. But it would be seen as disrespectful to, you know.
That's just the want to have issues or cause issues, you know, and make it a problem. That's all.
But how are you supposed to discuss his interview while he's grieving the loss of his mom? Like, I don't think I feel comfortable to do that, but like, it puts Summer on hold once again, and then things are going to fall through the cracks. And no, I don't like that.
No, and then like Fireflies, he's gonna start asking for the funeral money and rent and GoFundMe. He's gonna be behind in rent. Hunter's gonna be behind in rent, and you know what I'm saying. That here, I hate to say it, but this is where it starts for Andrew.
You're absolutely right, Queen Bee. You're absolutely right. And we were talking about this the other day. Benny and I were. He was like, you know what? This has only just begun because, you know, if God forbid something happens, you know, they're going to need help with the funeral arrangements, you know, and that's a huge expense. And we're talking about people that are really struggling to pay rent. That's like $300. So,
and who trust them with that much money? I wouldn't entrust handing them $5 or $10 grand. Ain't no
I don't
way.
agree with giving them any money at all. They were the last people to see Summer outside her bloodline. And I don't care what the circumstances are. I don't think anybody should be dropping any kind of cash app.
Right.
But
I mean, I agree. I think if they're going to or trying to help, I think it would be best to do it straight to the funeral home, wherever that's going to be at, you know, like
for sure.
information straight to the funeral home if they wanted to send them. You know, that could like
Yeah.
send them to
Or, like-
Andrew or on a Cash App or whatever. If you wanted to help, if that's what you wanted to do, I suggest
Yeah,
sending
you
it
could
to
send like edible arrangement, food, things that, but money, no way. Summer matters far too much. Far too much. We don't know who did anything to her.
He's not in Tennessee, and it's probably going to be her family doing the arrangements and making the arrangements and stuff. I don't think Andrew's going to be having any kind of.
No. Oh yeah,
And-
Andrew, you're right. I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, I think it'll be her family taking care of stuff, not him, not his family. So I don't see why he would have a GoFundMe up in the first place. You know.
It's going to be the kids probably that end up putting it together, and that's what's going to pull on the heartstrings of people.
Right.
Yep. And I'm not going to be ugly. You know what I mean? I have no reason to be. I am irritated because I see Summer getting pushed to the side over and over and over and over again. It doesn't matter what the circumstance is. She's constantly having to be put on hold. I don't know.
I mean, as long as, which you are very respectful about her. So as long as it's respectful, I don't think people should have an issue with it. I think they'll be all right, you know?
Yeah.
Dynamite said, hold on to your wallets. Andrew will be,
Hell yeah, Richard. Amen to that.
What do you say?
Right there on the screen.
Oh, Richard. I forget.
Yeah, I don't call him Dick. I call him Richard.
I'm looking like, where's Richard? You folks really, really don't know them. Don't go real life on donating. Hey, Dick Dollar, I agree with you. I'm with you all the way. And I pick up what you're putting down.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you guys, and I don't mean to sound cruel. I'm not a cruel person. I do have a heart, but my heart's for Summer first, and I don't care what anybody thinks about it. I really don't. I'm not sorry, and I have no regret at all for putting her above anybody, even if they're passing away. Summer is out there somewhere, and we don't know if she's passed away or if she's alive, and I'm sorry, but I can't put my energy into worrying about anybody else in this circumstance except her. Especially with what just transpired in the last 24 hours.
Yeah, that was a lot to take in.
Mm-hmm. I'm very sorry for what this family is going through. If this is what's really happening and Allie is not going to make it, I'm so sorry for their family. But I don't know them, you know. I don't know these people.
Runaway Truth says there are organizations that help minors when a parent passes. There are resources to H and to S be made aware, and he and S be made aware of them if he's not already.
Yeah, the best thing that Runaway Truth, what they just posted.
I've shared some.
The best thing people could do for them is to provide those resource links and the resource outreach phone numbers, and they're going to need those types of things. And that is the best thing anyone could do for that family right now, is to find all of the resources around them that you possibly can and do it that way, you know. Or like Queen Bee said, if God forbid Allie does pass, directly to the funeral home. You know, if you'd like to send flowers or something like that, there's so many things people can do. It doesn't have to be monetary.
That's right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's right. Well, I appreciate you guys being here. We've been
so much.
7 hours, and my internet's still out, and I'm on my phone. I'm at 6%, so I'm gonna be my phone's gonna be going dead here in a few minutes.
All right, Queen Bee.
Yeah, thank you
So
for having me, Queen.
Yeah, thank you both for coming up. I appreciate you, and thank you for playing the clips for me, Tiffany. I appreciate that. My
No
internet
problem.
was like, as soon as I
No,
got them, they
anytime.
shut off. So I was like, this is perfect timing. Shit.
Oh, I don't mind streaming it. I don't mind streaming at all. Thanks for asking. Thanks for asking for us to come up. I'm happy to be back around today. I was in your chat a couple times. I think with Benny, even too, a couple times in the last couple weeks. And
well, I appreciate you.
Kind of
Clips,
missed
they
it
help.
over here a little bit. Huh?
Those clips help a lot, like that little one on your channel too. That helped. You know what I mean? Like, because it helps to break it down. I was trying to, like I said, I kind of went over his video little by little. We were just stopping it as we were going, but it makes it a lot easier when you have the, like when you have the clips, and makes it a hell of a lot easier to pop them up.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll link up.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'll definitely hit you up. Yeah, for sure. And I was gonna say I wanted to talk to you anyways about some other stuff. So I'll message you here in a bit.
Absolutely. You know I'm here for that all day.
Yeah.
And before I go, I really want to say thank you so much for having both of us up, but also prayers for this family, the whole family, and that they find, the comfort and strength that they need. But again, I pray for Summer first before anybody else. That's the way that I handle this. And I really hope that other people will put her above anybody in this circumstance and remember who she last was with and drove away from that house and never to be seen again. And that's all. Thank you so much, Queen Bee.
Absolutely, baby.
All right. Bye-bye.
Appreciate you. Thank you too for coming up, both of you guys. Yeah, I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys coming up, and thank you guys for all being here. I appreciate you guys and the conversation, the discussion, and stuff. And absolutely, I definitely pray for Allie's family. Hunter, the kids. It's going to be really hard on them. To lose your mom is awful, and it's very hard. It's hard. It's hard as it is. It's already hard enough as it is. It's a hard world we live in. When you lose a parent, it's like you lose half of yourself. They're your parents. It sucks. It hurts, and I feel really sorry for Hunter to have to deal with this on top of everything else. I think that's exactly why he got on here and did that interview, because his dad knew he was vulnerable, and I still think it's crap that he brought him on here and did that. I still think it's bullshit that he put him on speakerphone and allowed everyone on YouTube to hear what was being said and to hear what he said about his mom. That was personal. That was between him and Andrew, his dad, and it should have stayed that way. But it is what it is. We've been on here for a while, so I will catch you guys later. Hold on. I volunteered to write a $1,500 check before. Well, I would write it to the funeral home, and that way you guys know that it's, going to the right place. So I would probably wait until there's kind of funeral arrangements. I'm sure they'll be put out at some point in time. But, it's your money, and you're free to do what you want to do with it. So it's completely up to you guys. Just make sure that if you guys are donating, it's a legit GoFundMe link, and it's not one that somebody just made up or put in there. Anyway, I will catch y'all on the flip side. I appreciate you. Have a good one. You ain't got to go home, but you can't stay here.